I'd like to call to order the Charter Township of Chesterfield's regular Township Board meeting for Tuesday, May 10th, 2022 at 7 p.m. If we could all stand for the National Pledge of Allegiance.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Clerk Berry, could you please call the roll?
Supervisor Kersten.
Here.
Treasurer Elliott.
Here.
Trustee Anderson.
Here.
Trustee Joseph. Here. Trustee DeMink.
Here.
Trustee Vosberg.
Here.
Clerk Berry is here.
Item 4, approval of agenda. There is an addendum added to this. Clerk Berry, do you want to address it as item 10A? That's what my notes said.
Yes.
It will be listed as item 10A in the regular agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the, agenda as written?
Motion to approve the agenda as presented.
Support. By Clerk Berry, supported by Trustee DeMink. Clerk Berry, would you please call the roll?
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph. Aye. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 5, presentations. We have a representative from the Macomb County Prosecutor's Office, Mr. Fox. If you would you can join the podium or go to the podium. Steve, you want to hit the mic there button in front of you, and you'll be recorded, and I appreciate your attendance here tonight from the Prosecutor's Office.
Perfect, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Steve Fox. I'm Assistant Prosecutor from Macomb County, and I was asked this evening to come in and just give you a very brief overview about the state of our office and some of the offerings we can make to you, to your organizations, and to the community at large. So I am the Chief of our Major Crimes Unit, Principal Trial Lawyer for our office, been there a little over 17 years. And my role is one of many within the office. Right? We have approximately 60 assistant prosecutors. We have a variety of roles. We're engaged in the community. Of course, we all think of what happens when something goes wrong, and we're there for you to prosecute those cases. But why Trustee Joseph asked me to come tonight is to express to you what we can do to try and be proactive. Because elected prosecutor Lucido has been adamant that we want to try to get in front of the problem as much as we can. So we have different opportunities, right? We have a senior crimes unit that I've been a part of, and we do presentations. We do presentations at community groups. We'll do them to church groups. We'll do them if you have a neighborhood watch group. You can reach out to our office, and we will go and we will talk to you about senior crimes, scams, issues, for example, that happen in neighborhoods. Everybody thinks about home invasions being a problem, and we think about what? Bumps in the night, right? And a bump in the night, of course, is something we all fear. But when folks, I always ask them, what happens when someone comes to your front door and they just knock and you don't want to answer? You don't want to deal with them? What do? We avoid them, right? Don't say a word. I'd suggest you to do the opposite. You don't have to open the door. You don't have to answer. But make sure they know you're home, because shockingly, many of our home invasions today are in the middle of the day. Because where are people during the middle of the day? They're at work, right? They're not home. So we get a knock at the front door. If nobody answers after a minute or so, they walk around to the back, and that now is our most common home invasion, is in the middle of the daytime. So that's just one of those small tips that we present, and we can present to your community group to talk about a variety of issues that we deal with. And I just want you to know that we're willing and able to do that. You can contact our office, the Macomb County Prosecutor's Office. If you're part of a senior group, we have a senior victims advocate, we have a senior prosecutor, and a group of us that go and do these events. And I'm going to leave in the back here some information that we've created for you to take with you if you want. It has great contact information and also a lot of opportunity within it just for an overview of concerns that, issues that may be a concern and how to address them. To hopefully, each of you can benefit from that. And if you can't, maybe your mom or dad or someone you know is in position where they should learn this information. So just know that we're here for you. Again, my name's Steve Fox. You can always reach me directly by calling the Macomb County Prosecutor's Office. I'm here for you. I've been here for 18 years, and I'm proud to do this work. So thank you, everyone, for the opportunity.
Thanks, Steve.
Mr. Supervisor?
Trustee Joseph?
Mr. Supervisor, just I had a quick question for Mr. Fox, and I was wondering, before you leave tonight, I appreciate you leaving some cards for our residents, but if you would also make contact with our Public Safety Director, Director Bassett. We have in our attendance tonight a number of representatives from the Friends of Chesterfield Police and our Citizens Academy that is run in concert with the police department, and our Friends group often have some need for the programming that you offer, particularly in the scams that are perpetrated on seniors, the computer scam sort of workshops that you put on, and I'm wondering if you would mind making yourself available, or somebody from your office, to partner with our Friends of Chesterfield Police. Our president here, Gary Thomas, is in attendance tonight, and we're always looking to enhance the Citizens Academy and the Junior Citizens Academy with information from the prosecutor's office. So if you wouldn't mind just dropping your card with them on the way out. And then on a personal note, I wanted to thank you. You've been in the prosecutor's office for many years, and I've worked with you and the victims' rights advocates that work in your office, and the amount of work that's done to make sure that victims in this county get the justice that they deserve is really exemplary. But on a personal note, you are currently running for a 16th Circuit judge position, and as a candidate for that office, I want to tell you how grateful I am to you, because the judge that is there now is a great lady, and your campaign is only about what you think you bring to the office, and the dignity that you're running this campaign with is really commendable. Just talking about what you do is really a breath of fresh air, because campaigns get real ugly and we start attacking one another, and you've just made a decision not to do that, and I wanted to thank you for that. You really are just a great guy and a wonderful prosecutor, and I appreciate you coming in tonight. Thank you.
I appreciate those kind words, and absolutely, it would be my pleasure to meet up with any of your community groups. In fact, now that it's getting near prom season, I didn't even think about this. There are times when I'll speak to groups of parents or high schools about issues when it comes to graduation, maybe the parties that are associated with graduations, the risk of hosting those parties. There's a variety of ways that we can try to be proactive in the law enforcement community to stop issues before they arise. So it would be my pleasure to meet with any of these groups, and thank you. I appreciate the kind words, and yes, I am running for Macomb Circuit Court Judge, but I'm not here for that tonight. I'm here to be here for the community and do whatever I can for you guys. So
Thank you, Mr. Fox.
Thank you, Steve. Good luck. Appreciate the presentation and the comments. Item 5B. Clerk Barry, would you read that?
Item 5B is a presentation of the Friends of Chesterfield Police. The presentation will include awarding the 2022 Friends of Chesterfield Police Dylan Riker Volunteer of the Year Award to Lisa Irwin-Ostgen, owner of Marco's Pizza, for her commitment and support of the brave men and women of the Chesterfield Police Department.
And for that, I'll call Mr. Thomas. You want to step forward? Trustee Joseph, are you going to manage this presentation session?
Yeah, if I could, I would just like to point out and thank the Friends members who are, front and center and proud of the organization that's been built, and without those volunteers and those members, the organization really would be nothing. We started the Friends of Chesterfield Police 7 years ago in this room. Members of this board, I think Treasurer Elliott was one of the maybe 30 or so people that were in this room, and we came together, Democrats, Republicans. We were in a very difficult time with the police millages, and there were a lot of different things going on, but we came together because we believed in the need. There was a tremendous need to let the police officers of Chesterfield Township know that they were loved and supported. And so we started on the basic mission statement. The mission statement was simply to love and support the brave men and women of the Chesterfield Police Department. We had our original t-shirt design. We were all out selling these t-shirts that just said, "I heart Chesterfield PD." And we really didn't have a clear mission in terms of what we wanted to do other than love and support Chesterfield PD. Through some leadership over the years, and I credit Mr. Thomas and the original executive board, many of who are here tonight, who made it the mission to find the resources to bring our canine unit back. And without the work of the Friends of Chesterfield Police, we wouldn't have had the canine unit. They've raised tremendous amounts of money. They are always at the ready to volunteer to run big events. The bowling fundraiser, our police open house, which will take place next Saturday at the police station, will be an army of Friends of Chesterfield Police working in all capacities, in the setup and the takedown. And over the years, we've had anybody that's in attendance tonight could be the recipient of the Friends of Chesterfield Police Dylan Riker Volunteer of the Year Award. We awarded our first Volunteer of the Year award to Mr. Riker. Dylan is our badge 55. We call him now Gold 55. But Dylan, in spite of the physical challenges that he's had in his life, broke his middle school record for volunteer service hours. Many of them were committed to the Friends of Chesterfield Police. He's been out every single event, whether it's the cruise or open house, helping me at the snow cone station or setting up or serving hot dogs, you name it, Dylan is out there working. So the very first recipient of the Volunteer of the Year was named in Dylan's honor. Dylan is present here tonight, and I would ask for Dylan and Mr. Thomas to please come up and talk a little bit about this year's recipient, Miss Lisa Irwin-Ostgen of Marco's Pizza. Lisa, Gary will expound a little bit on some of the things that she's done specifically for the Friends and the Chesterfield PD, but it's important to know that Lisa and her husband Dan are truly committed to this township. They opened Marco's with an intent on being visible in the public. There isn't an event or a school outing or a fire station event or a leisure services event, a Parks and Rec, music in the park, you name it. It could go on, where Marco's Pizza doesn't have a presence. And they do it at their own expense with their own time. So I think Gary and his executive board members made an absolutely excellent choice this year in awarding the 2022 Dylan Riker Volunteer of the Year Award to Miss Lisa Irwin-Ostgen. If, Gary, you could come up along with my friend Dylan to make the presentation and maybe say a few words.
Thank you, Trustee Joseph. I'd like to expound on what you were saying about anybody could have, not anybody, but there's been many people that are worthy of this award. Without the community involved and everybody, our group couldn't do what we do. If you look to our bowling event, how many sponsors we had there, how many people, put their time, the community involvement, and it's just without the community and our hardworking people, none of this could be possible. So it's a great honor to be part of this, and I'm proud of my group, proud of the community, and I'm especially proud of the Chesterfield PD. So in light of that, Lisa, could you step forward and go ahead. Lisa, on behalf of the Friends of Chesterfield Police and Dylan Larkin, let us present you with this, please, the 2022 Volunteer of the Year Award. Thank you very much.
Gary, could we have your executive board and members of our township board come forward and take a picture with our recipient?
Thank you, Trustee Joseph. Item 5C. Clerk Barry, would you, when you're ready? I apologize.
Item 5C is a presentation from Anchor Bay Rotary to Chesterfield Township of the club's financial support for storyboards to be installed within the 32 acres of land commonly referred to as the Salt River Nature Preserve.
Trustee Wasserman.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. As a member of the Anchor Bay Rotary, I would just like to give a brief overview. Rotary members believe that we have a shared responsibility to take action on the world's most persistent issues. One of the issues that our Anchor Bay Rotary is promoting is education and literacy. We give 2 higher education scholarships to area local high school seniors. We help Chesterfield's library with their summer literacy program. In the past, we've also purchased devices for the students at Macomb Intermediate School District. Tonight, we're pleased to present a check to Chesterfield Township that will pay for 8 informational signs that, as stated, will be erected at the Salt River Nature Center. These signs tell about the history of the area and are meant to promote literacy and historical information for anyone who's walking through the Nature Center and is reading the signs. And they're written, there's bold print, and then there's finer print for those who are more interested. And then if you're really interested, there's a QR code that you can scan and read additional information. And we'd like to thank the the Chesterfield Library for being the people on the back end of those QR codes. They will keep that information there and refresh it as appropriate. So if the Rotary members could step forward. And Scott is...
Mr. Gandernack want to make a couple of, say a few words also?
Yes.
I said a few.
What's that?
I said a few.
Yeah, I know, but it's your definition.
Come on now.
But anyways, I'm proud to participate in this. I've been associated with Rotary all my life. My dad was a member. I was the last graduating class from the Hathaway Institute. Probably some of you don't know where that was located, but it was on Green Street where the City Hall now sits. After it was demolished in the mid-50s, the Anchor Bay Rotary Club in the wintertime always maintained a skating rink there for residents of the city. I also wanted to point out 3 families that belong to Rotary that fostered park development in this community, and 1 family that didn't belong to Rotary but was a great sponsor and supporter of Rotary. One of the couples was Len and B. Burgess. They lived in New Baltimore. He owned equipment manufacturing. They were industrial rack manufacturer. Walter and Christy Jarlis, also known as Mr. and Mrs. D, they were in the beauty shop business. Frank Rosen and his wife Ann. Frank never belonged to Rotary, but he was a great supporter of what Rotary was doing. Those 3 gentlemen and their wives were very instrumental in accumulating and fostering the acquisition of property for Brandenburg Park. And it was a long time ago, but they were the backbones behind it. And if you go to Brandenburg, there's a monument that Frank Rosen and Ann Rosen donated in honor of Carl Brandenburg, and part of the saying is, I think Carl died like in '67, that you died before you were really appreciated. Those people were very instrumental in the DNR in Chesterfield converting that land to a park. When I was in high school, the Rotary Club would sponsor a family fishing tournament because Mr. D and Mr. Burgess were avid ice fishermen. We would park along Jefferson. There was no parking lot. There was no park. You walked through the jungle, and there was a rock shore, and you went out. Those guys knew where the fish were and put you on the fish. Frank Rosen lived at the end of Lottie View. He built the first house. He started the process of having stone instead of steel seawall along that part of Anchor Bay, and it circled around to each side. John Niametta and his wife were the developers of Lottie View. They also, their son did Lottie View Riverside. In the process of developing the second part of Lottie View, the Niemetas donated about 20 acres along the Salt River, which is just downstream from this piece. So the Rotary clubs for years have sponsored or been involved in park development or acquisition. For several decades, all of the Rotary clubs in Macomb County sponsored and ran Camp Rotary, which was out on 29 Mile Road in Rheker Township. When the financial burden became too much, eventually they sold the property to the Metro Park Authority, and that money's held in trust for activities in the communities when you apply for grants. So I got a picture of the Halfway Institute. So I think it's a great continuation of this club's activities in the community. And before the meeting tonight, I went and visited the park. There were people in there walking, a few people on bicycles. Obviously, somebody either in that area or nearby caught half a dozen walleyes because they had cleaned them and thrown the residue, so to speak, along the shore. But it's a great acquisition, and I think these storyboards will really help the people that walk through that preserve to know what the history of that property was. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Osborne?
Yep. Thank you, Gary. 4 of the signs are in the back, in the lobby there on the countertop, so if anyone wants to look at them later, they can. And then there's some information on the slides over here that shows examples of what it will look like, where they will be placed, and then the next slide shows the signs and how the different types of writing, the easier to read and then the finer print and the QR code. So receiving this check is going to be Trustee DeMink, who is our liaison to the Parks and Rec.
On behalf of the Anchor Bay Rotary Club, we would like to present this check to the township for our storyboard. Okay. And with that being said, I want to give a special thank you. I have something here for Josh Sonnenberg. Come up, Josh. So Josh, we just want to say thank you. You gave us a lot of your time. We had an idea. Kathy was out at the park and she came up with an idea. We started talking, we brought our thought to you, and you just put it together. Your passion, your drive, and all your help, we just want to say thank you. This is a little token, not much, but you meant a lot. Your time did. So it's just a little token of our appreciation for you.
It's fantastic.
We just appreciate you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. It means a lot, especially coming from this group. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
I'd like to thank the Rotary for this donation to the township and for Parks and Recs for Amanda and everybody on the Parks and Rec Commission. Sarah's here tonight, but we thank you for this and for the development and for these storyboards and for all the work you've all done. Thank you so much.
Item 6, department reports. There are department reports tonight. Clerk Berry, I'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. As many of you are aware, we have an upcoming election for August. We did not have an election here in May. We were not part of that district that required a special election, but we do have a primary election coming up in August. Absentee ballots will be available for the August primary at the end of June. However, anyone who wishes to have an absentee ballot mailed to them for that election must request it from us by utilizing an absentee ballot application or any other request in writing for an absentee ballot. If you would like an absentee ballot application, not the ballot itself, but an application mailed to you, you can contact our office by phone or email, or you can come into the office and fill that application out. Once we receive your absentee ballot application that's been completed, our office will process it, and you will be mailed a ballot as soon as they become available. We do expect those ballots to be available in our office by June the 23rd. We expect that absentee ballots will be mailed the following week. So be looking for your absentee ballot at that time. If you are on the permanent absentee voter list, you will automatically receive an application. Again, that application must be received, completed and received by our office before we are going to issue you a ballot for that August election. The Elections Department is a department that is often not given awards or recognized for the work that they do, but I will tell you we have a very hardworking staff in our Elections Department. We've been recognized inside of our profession for some of the things that we've done, particularly our absentee counting process and our absentee counting board. We have been used as a model for other communities, both in Macomb County and around the state, for the way that we process those because of our security protocols to ensure secure ballot processing, but also our tabulation and accuracy, as well as maintaining secrecy. So that's something that we've developed over the years. That is something that we have been recognized for. However, in the general public, typically we don't receive too many thank you notes, but our department did receive one, and I'd like to read that. This is from State Representative Ryan Berman of the 39th District, Michigan House of Representatives. Clerk Barry, I want to take a moment to thank you and your team for assisting with our 2020 election hand recount efforts. You and your team are indispensable to elections and election integrity. Please let my office know if we can ever be of assistance. Sincerely, Ryan Berman, State Representative, District 39. I'd like to thank Representative Berman for that. For those who may be curious about what we were assisting with, and that is that 2020 is still an election that has a lot of people intrigued and we often receive questions about. We like to share information and transparency as much as possible when we're requested, and in this case, Representative Berman was doing his own research and hand count into some of the 2020 elections concerns, and we were providing him and his staff with the appropriate materials that they requested. That material is available for anyone from the general public. Things such as ballots, absentee ballot applications, envelopes, any of the materials that are used or that were processed in the 2020 elections are available for the general public to inspect upon request. You can also request copies of those as well. And that goes for any election, federal or state election. We maintain those records for 22 months following a federal election, and those are available to the public as they are, in fact, records that belong to the people of the state of Michigan. We are simply the custodians and administrators of those records. So that was what that was about. I want to thank, again, Representative Berman for recognizing our staff. They work very diligently and are currently in the process, as I mentioned, of preparing for the August election. You will also be updated. We'll continue to update you on our website. You can always receive the latest information about any upcoming elections through our website at chesterfieldtwp.org, and simply go to the front page. There's an elections button, and all of the information that you will need is there, but you can certainly come into our office or give us a call, and any one of us will be happy to help you. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Barry. Trustee Domingue.
Spend time in our parks as a family. Chesterfield Township has multiple parks for enjoyment, including Brandenburg, Pollard, Weber Paddle, and Salt River Nature Preserve, and the Township Office's Municipal Complex. Patrons are encouraged to visit Leisure Services website at parks.chesterfieldtownship.org to determine ways to win a prize before embarking on a self-led active day exploring the Township Park System. Play soccer, host a park play date, have a picnic, play baseball, run, walk, bike, play catch, pick up trash, introduce a friend to your favorite park, or go kayaking. On Saturday, May 21st, take part in 2 of these activities and post your photos on the Parks and Rec Department social media page and be entered to win. Next, your voice has been heard. Additional space for ever-popular summer day camp is now available. Sign on for summer your kids will never forget. Camp is being held at Brandenburg Park, and 2 field trips per week are included in the weekly rate. Register in person or online at parks.chesterfieldtownship.org. Cost is $165 for resident, $175 non-resident, for up to 55 hours of camp weekly. Next, boys and girls ages 5 to 15 as of 8/31 of 22 are eligible to participate in Leisure Services Department Summer Baseball and Softball League. Enrollment is open through May 27th and accepted in person or online at the website. The season runs from July 11th to August 18th, weather permitting. Divisions are available for T-ball, pitching machine, boys minor, major, seniors, and girls fast pitch. And finally, senior citizens, come along with us for an on-the-town adventure to the Outdoor Adventure Center on Thursday, June 23rd. Learn the basics or birding and practice some bird ID along the riverfront. Binoculars and field guides will be available. Cost is $19 per person and includes a box lunch. Register at the Leisure Services. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Domingue.
Thank
Any
you,
further
sir.
department reports? Deputy Duchesne, please.
Just an update regarding the citizen request feature on our website. The township website has a new function that is submit a citizen request. It looks like this. It's found on the front page of the website. This will allow citizens that don't want to make the call to enter information and upload information such as pictures or anything regarding a request for non-emergency issues. And it can be reported from a mobile device or computer. You can do photos describing detail, compliments or concerns that you're reporting. The service is monitored by the employees directly 8 a.m. to 4 p.m., but obviously if they're entered overnight, they'll be expected to be reviewed the next day. And the response to these reports is expected, or these requests, within 48 to 72 business hours. So for those who wish to communicate in that manner, there's another format for citizens to use, overseen by the supervisor's office. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Duchesne. Any further department reports? Seeing none. Item 7, consent agenda. Clerk Berry.
All items under the consent agenda are considered routine by the board and will be enacted in one motion. There is no separate discussion of these items. If discussion of any item is required by a board member, it will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Public comments on the consent agenda items are permitted. 7A, approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of April 12th, 2022, and reconvened meeting of April 20th, 2022. Request by the Elections Department to approve budget amendments to the 2022 fiscal year budget for election expenses in the amount of $35,931 and $9,385 for a total of $45,316. Item C, approval of the payment of bills is submitted by the Finance Department.
Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read?
Mr. Supervisor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Motion by Clerk Berry. Any support?
Mr. Supervisor, I'd like to support the consent agenda with the removal of consent agenda item B for separate consideration.
Have a-
Is it B, David?
B.
And following past protocol, that would be discussed under regular agenda immediately, correct?
Yes. That's fine.
Clerk Berry, would you support that motion?
Yes.
Have a motion by Clerk Berry, supported by Trustee Joseph, to approve the consent agenda as stated with the removal of item 7B, which will be discussed or deliberated separately. Comments from the board? Seeing no comments from the board, comments from the public?
Since item B's been removed, there'll be comments later in the full agenda. On the bill run, there were 2 invoices from AEW that concerned me. At the last board meeting, we approved AEW for $90 an hour to do some GIS, And it looks like in an 8-day period, they billed us for 86 hours of GIS. And I don't know how that happened so fast, unless we went ahead and did this work and we circumvented our normal procedures and we didn't follow them. But there's an invoice for 71 and another one for $7,100 and another one for $720 on the bill run for GIS, and it was just approved, and there was only 10 working days, less than 10 working days, and I don't know how they would expend 86 hours. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. Under the bill run, I got a couple quick questions. Under general administration, there was a Plant Moran professional service audit for $10,680. I was wondering exactly, it was not in detail. Could you please explain what the audit consists of and if the audit was complete yet and what the results were? Under facilities and operations, again, 5897 for Aztec cleaning for this building per month at $73,139 plus supplies, which puts us over $90,000 per year for 3.5 hours worth of work a night. Another thing that was on there under water and sewer, Aztec cleaning for that building for our DPW at $2,600 a month at $31,200 a year plus supplies. Another Plant Moran audit for water and sewer, vehicle repairs, oil changes at $171.98. We've got a fleet manager, we talked about that. Instead of utilizing our fleet manager to make decisions, he should be doing oil changes, tire rotations, and brakes. Another thing that I noticed under water and sewer was our telephone and internet. I thought it was pretty high, almost $900 a month, and we have an annual budget deficit of $4 million plus. We're in the red, so we need to stop wasting money and we need to tighten the belt up and move this township forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public? Any further comments from the public? I have a motion by Clerk Berry, supported by Trustee Joseph, to approve the consent agenda as stated with removal of item B. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 7B, considered separately. Clerk Berry, if you would read that item again.
Clerk B is a
On the
request.
regular agenda. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Request by the Elections Department to approve budget amendments to the 2022 fiscal year budget for election expenses in the amount of $35,931 and $9,385 for a total of $45,316. Mr. Supervisor, I'd be happy to address this item for the board. This item is before you now because due to a variety of changes that have been made by the Secretary of State's office, Bureau of Elections, as well as the state legislature, coupled with the increased costs and availability of election materials, we are no longer able to use any of our stock that we had remaining from previous elections. Everything has to be repurchased. Changes have to be made in accordance with the directives from those agencies or from those entities. And the previous vendor that we have used for most of these materials could not guarantee us delivery due to supply chain shortages and so forth. Costs are, of course, increasing, but also they could not guarantee that we would have the materials in time for the August primary election or the November general elections. So therefore, we needed to go to an alternate vendor. You do see the alternate vendors' invoices or, not invoices, but quotes that are provided in your packet. They are certainly not the cheapest, but they are the only vendor, and the only vendor that is approved by the state who is able to guarantee us delivery of materials. So in order to facilitate the various changes with regards to administration of elections, these are the materials that we need. As far as the printed materials, you see envelopes and so forth, MasterCards, which are required new voter ID cards that must be sent out after the redistricting, which the state just finished. So we are just now getting authority to mail all of these things, and we have a very short timeline to do it, which is why I'm asking for this budget amendment now. The elections department does have this money in its budget under a different line item. However, those funds will be used later in the year, so as opposed to coming to you later, we wanted to make the board aware of this expenditure now, because this is now when we'll be making the purchase. Again, we don't have control over the times or dates that we have to have these things out by. All of this is consistent with either state law or requirements from the Bureau of Elections. The $9,385 for batteries is due to new security protocols being put in place by the Bureau of Elections, and that is all of the modems are being removed from the machines and new batteries are being required. So that is not typically an expense that we would have for elections, but because of the various security protocols being taken by the BOE, we're required to make that purchase. So.
Thank you, Clerk Berry.
you're welcome.
Procedural error, do we have a motion to approve item 8B prior to, and I thank you for your explanation. Do we have a motion to approve item 7B under the regular agenda item?
Motion to approve.
By Clerk Berry, supported. Is there any support? Supervisor Kersten will make the support to approve item 8B. Clerk Berry again. Questions from the board? Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, just one question. I was following along, and I appreciated your explanation. The only question that I had was, in terms of the purchasing policy, given the amount, your position tonight is that this is a sole source provider, or maybe a modification in that this particular provider is the only provider, the only vendor that can deliver this to you in a timely way? And do we have any confirmation, or just is it your position that you've talked to these individuals and we can't guarantee delivery in time? So if you could just clear up, because we are deviating from our purchasing policy with this amount.
So when we contacted our previous vendor, and the couple of other vendors were state approved in order to print these materials, this was the only vendor who could guarantee that we would have the materials in the time that we needed them. Everyone else either said they couldn't do it at all, or that they could not guarantee it. So in order for us to be in compliance, we needed to go with this vendor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? Trustee Domingue.
Clerk Berry, what are other communities like Shelby, Clinton, Washington, and Harrison doing? Are they using the same provider? Do you know?
I'm not sure which provider that they're using, and they may have certain arrangements with other vendors. I don't know that. I know that the vendor we were using was not able to guarantee that, and the other vendors we contacted
But
couldn't as
the
well.
reason I'm asking is you say this is like a sole provider, and that's my question is, what are the other townships doing?
Again, I'm not sure. They may be using this vendor as well, but this is the only vendor who could guarantee to us that they would have our materials in the time that we needed them.
Trustee Vosper.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Thank you, Clerk Berry, for the explanation. Are we going to be reimbursed at all from the state or anything? And you'd mentioned the Bureau of Elections is issuing the policy change.
Yeah.
Therefore, we have the expense. Again, the state's telling us to do something and we have to pay for it?
It is what is known as an unfunded mandate.
Right.
They are not funding it.
Okay, thank you.
Any first round questions? Trustee Domingue again. Yes.
So Clerk Berry, is there a certain time that this has got to be submitted by so you can have it by?
Yes, so we need to submit our order to them as soon as possible, because this needs to be out. We need the voter ID cards have to be mailed within 45 days of the election. So we're actually up against the clock at this point.
So then this, I'm just gonna throw this out as a hypothetical question. I don't understand the election part.
Yeah.
What happened if we would wait till the next meeting to let you contact some of the other townships to see what they're doing or if they have contacts? Is that a possibility to still get it? I mean, you know all these other clerks. I mean, I don't.
Right.
I think Trustee Joseph or Trustee Anderson don't, but I mean, you guys are the election people. Pardon me?
I just said I don't hang out with a lot of clerks either, so your guess is as good as mine.
But I mean, you know, I mean, if, that's the only thing going, we always talk about, you want bids and sole source, and I know where Trustee Joseph was going. What about, could you reach out to some of these other clerks at these other townships to see if, you know, who are they using,
Well, we all have the same vendors that are, certain vendors are approved by the state, so we all have the same vendors to call. Some communities are smaller than others. They might have, or they may have pre-existing arrangements that I'm unaware of. But what I can say is that with the state taking as long as they did to get the redistricting confirmed, they've already put all of us up against the clock. So if we wait, and then we wait to order, I can't guarantee that I'm gonna have them in time, and if I don't have them in time, we're in violation of state law, election law.
I'll let my other board members decide on this.
Thank you. Any further questions? Trustee Anderson.
Just to clarify, Trustee Demink, I understood your question pretty clearly. That is, do we compromise the clerk's ability to carry out the election if we wait and give her time to contact other municipalities to see if there in fact are other vendors that are, you know, being utilized in other communities at a different rate? And the question is simply, does that compromise the election? Because to me, I want to give you the tools you need to do the election, but I guess we're just looking for making sure we're not, you know, getting kind of over the barrel with the expenditure being up against a short timeline. So do you have it within your ability to take a look at it as Trustee Demink suggested and then bring this back to the board? Or does that compromise, in your opinion, the election?
I think it's going to compromise the timeline. As it was, the state has already got all of us in a very difficult position. All clerks are facing the same problem in that it took them so long to get all of the districts and redistricting confirmed that we're all now kind of in the same position in terms of finding vendors who can satisfy our needs and able to print the materials that we need printed. So now some of those other communities had May elections. They may have ordered those materials for their May election and be prepared already for August. We didn't have that, and we had to wait for Bureau of Elections to get all of our information, again, confirmed, and so this is the soonest that we could do this. Again, we do have the money in our budget to do this right now, but we would have to come back to you in August. We just wanted the board to know as soon as we knew that this additional monies were going to be needed.
Thank you. Trustee Anderson?
Yeah, just wondering, this debate is, how long ago did we know, or did you know that this change had occurred and you had to make these arrangements? I mean, in the past, seems like you have a good rapport with these other clerks throughout the county, and your last remark was, it seems like, well, we're all in the same boat together, but I'm wondering, how long, and is it just all of a sudden this week it pops up? Why didn't you have something here earlier? Thank you.
We, well, the state finalized all of the redistricting about a month and a half ago, and our particular community, because we have changes to various changes. For example, we went from 1 state house district to now 3 state house districts, and having our street index updated into the qualified voter file, which will allow us to then prepare this for printing. We've been at the mercy of the BOE. We just had this finalized last week. We brought it to you as soon as we could.
Thank you. Any further comments from the board? Comments from the public? Any comments from the public?
Paul LaFata, 48055 Malin. Clerk Barry, you just mentioned that you couldn't do anything until December of last year. I have a release from the United States Census Bureau on February 12th that they released information on September 30th, preliminary information to all the states so that they could prioritize the delivery and apportionment of their needs and finances. So, and again, on August 4th, Macomb County Apportionment Commission has data to work on the approval for redistricting drawings. So if everybody has this information, how come our clerk's office doesn't have this information? Because what I'm really trying to get at, and the fact that we're putting this whole amount on a budget amendment instead of it being budgeted, if we're using these as an excuse and we don't realize that we have an issue, we're just going to have a reoccurrence of the same thing. It's some prior event for an election. But I would like to see at some point in time, maybe somebody in the township could say, I did a no-no and I didn't do what I should do at the point I should have, and this is what I need to do to catch up. But I have information that says that information was available for budgeting purposes way in advance of our budget commitments last year. And we knew there was going to be, an election, and it says it right here so that they could make sure that they had everything ordered and what they needed. So if we're using excuses, shame.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public?
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. Clerk Barry, it's good to see that you were able to make it tonight. We're adding $45,316 to our budget deficit. You have known for over a year that we have an election coming up for supervisor in this township. You knew about redistricting, so that's nothing new there. And you told us over a month ago, you were happy we were all set and ready to go. You had the paper ordered, and the clerk's office was buttoned up and all set and ready to go. Now we find out tonight you weren't set and you're not ready to go. So you might want to ask yourself one simple question. And I know we've got great employees here at the township. We've got a couple awesome employees in the clerk's office, but you might want to take responsibility for this one, because if you were in the office more than 2 hours a month, I don't think we'd be sitting here in the situation that we're in.
Mr. Speaker, do you want to address the topic?
That is the
Commentary.
topic.
Well, it's
You got to show up to work.
Please.
That's the topic.
Mr.
If you're
Speaker,
not in the office, that's why we're in the position
Comments
we're
from the
in.
public? Any further comments from the public?
Hi, Michelle Fitch, 49207 Bracton Court. On the bids, I had a question. They have the voter registration cards for $4,400 and then $4,500. So is it an option, only one of them, or are there two separate voter cards?
Thank you, ma'am. Any further questions?
My other question is on the batteries, because the information says some voting machines need this battery and some need that. So does that address that we need all of those batteries, or do we only need them for one type of machine, or do we have both machines? Those are my questions.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public? Clerk Barry, I'd like to give you an opportunity to address those questions.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor, and I'm happy to explain it. So a couple of things. First off, with regards to, do we have two different types of machines with two different types of batteries? Yes, we do. There's two different types of machines that are utilized on Election Day. One is our voter assist terminal, and the other is a tabulator, and both of those require batteries, so they're two separate types of batteries. In addition to the question on, is it an option of which cards? No, the one set of cards gets mailed, the other set of cards is for our office. So you have to maintain one set here in the office, and the other one has to be sent out to all the voters so who are affected. The other question is regards to, is this office adequately prepared? We had secured the ability to receive materials. That changed. The request for the materials changed. The various security protocols changed. Those are all changes that are occurring literally with this Secretary of State that we have in office is an absolute disaster. Her Bureau of Elections is the worst that I've ever seen. We are having to rely on them. They are taking more time than we would like for them to get us the appropriate required changes in the qualified voter file, which is what we rely on. We cannot take just the census data and make decisions on that. We have to wait until all of that is properly processed through the Bureau of Elections, through the Secretary of State, and that information is updated. They don't update all communities at the same time, and they have been particularly egregious in their management of the qualified voter file. This is something that is well known, and that voter file is the database that we rely upon in order to process the various voter cards and materials that we have to process. With regards to the changes in the materials, we had prepared and had our materials ready to go, and then changes were made, and we have to respond to those changes. So it was very, very difficult for clerks who had a May election. They have horror stories to tell. Fortunately, we were not in that position, and that we are actually as much ahead of this as we can be. Again, just got all of the confirmations and all of the changes required in the qualified voter file from the Bureau of Elections last week. We brought it to this board as soon as that was made available to us. Unfortunately, we cannot control the timeline that the Bureau of Elections does their work, which we have found to be problematic, but we are doing our best to accommodate and to administer and carry out our duties as prescribed by state law to the best that we can with what we have to deal with regards to the Secretary of State's office.
Thank you, Clerk Berry. Seeing no further questions from the board, I have a motion by Clerk Berry, supported by Supervisor Kersten, to approve item 7B under the regular agenda. Clerk Berry, would you please call the roll?
Clerk Berry, aye. Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph. Aye. Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Item 8A, the regular agenda. Clerk Berry.
Item 8A is to adopt proclamation number 2022-11 to recognize May 15th through May 21st, 2022 as National Police Week.
So moved.
I have a motion by Trustee DeMink, supported by Trustee Anderson. Clerk Berry, would you read the proclamation?
Whereas in 1962, President Kennedy proclaimed May 15th as National Peace Officers Memorial Day, and the calendar week in which May 15th falls as National Police Week. Established by a joint resolution of Congress in 1962, National Police Week pays special recognition to those law enforcement officers who have lost their lives in the line of duty for the safety and protection of others. And whereas the International Association of Chiefs of Police has declared law enforcement officer safety and wellness a top priority, and the IACP's Center for Officer Safety and Wellness promotes the importance of an individual, agency, family, and community safety and wellness awareness. And whereas the members of the Chesterfield Township Department of Public Safety play an essential role in safeguarding the rights and freedoms of the citizens of Chesterfield Township, and whereas it is important that all citizens know and understand the problems, duties, and responsibilities of their police department, and that members of our police department recognize their duty to serve the people by safeguarding life and property, by protecting them against violence or disorder, and by protecting the innocent against deception and the weak against oppression or intimidation. And whereas the Chesterfield Department of Public Safety has grown to be a progressive and professional law enforcement agency, which unceasingly provides a vital public service. Now therefore, on this 10th day of May 2022, and on behalf of the Chartered Township of Chesterfield, the Township Board of Trustees does hereby proclaim the week of May 15th through the 21st, 2022 as National Police Week in Chesterfield Township, Michigan.
Thank you, Clerk Berry. Comments from the board? Any comments from the board? I'd just like to add to this, we do have a local officer that I'd like to recognize, Officer Kyle LeBeau, that unfortunately has been off for some time due to the impacts of COVID, and He's on the road to recovery. It's going to be some time, but I'd like to attach his name to this proclamation, and along with the National Police Week recognition, and then also with our open house that's coming up this Saturday. So, that being said, comments from the public?
Mr. Supervisor?
I'm sorry, Trustee Joseph.
Just want to tell you, that's an excellent idea. That is an absolutely astounding idea, and just so you know, I know you stay in close contact. I checked in with Officer LeBeau this week. He gets stronger every day. I was planning to take gold 55 over to silver 55, so Dylan could give him some words of encouragement, but he had just come home from a very long day at physical therapy, and just so you know and the board knows, he's going at it real hard. He's working real hard, and he's on the mend, and continue to pray for him. I did drop off the card we all signed for him, and he's in great spirits, I think, in part because of the actions that the board has taken to reassure him how much we love and care about him. So I support you and appreciate you adding him to this proclamation.
Thank you. Comments from the public? Any further comments from the public? Seeing none, bring it back up to the board. A motion by Trustee Demink, supported by Trustee Anderson, to approve item 8A. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott. Aye. Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 8B.
Item 8B is to adopt proclamation number 2022-09 to recognize May 21st, 2022 as Kids to Park Day.
Do I have a motion to approve item 8B?
So moved.
Trustee Vosberg? Is that Trustee Vosberg? Motion by Trustee Vosberg, supported by Supervisor Kersten. Again, Clerk Berry, would you read the proclamation?
Whereas the Charter Township of Chesterfield, Michigan recognizes May 21st, 2022 to be Kids to Parks Day, and whereas Kids to Parks Day is organized and launched by the National Park Trust and held annually on the third Saturday in May, and whereas Kids to Park Day empowers kids and encourages families to get outdoors and visit local parks, public lands, and waters, and whereas we should encourage children to lead a more active lifestyle to combat issues of childhood obesity, diabetes, hypertension, and hypercholesterolemia, and whereas Kids to Parks Day will broaden children's appreciation for nature and the outdoors, and whereas Kids to Parks Day will recognize the importance of recreating responsibly while enjoying the benefits of the outdoors. And now therefore, on this 10th day of May 2022, on behalf of the Charter Township of Chesterfield, State of Michigan, Township Board of Trustees does hereby proclaim May 21st, 2022 as Kids to Parks Day.
Thank you, Clerk Berry. Comments from the board? See, no comments from the board. Comments from the public? Seeing no comments from the public, I have a motion by Trustee Vosberg, supported by Supervisor Kersten, to approve item 8B, proclamation as read. Clerk Berry.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott. Aye. Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph. Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 8C. I'll give you a second to catch up with that one.
Item 8C is to approve a recommendation by Public Works to have Anderson, Eckstein, and Westrick, AEW, provide engineering design and bidding services for the 2022 sanitary open cut repair project in the amount of $21,600.
Do I have a motion to approve item 8C?
So moved.
Support.
Motion by Trustee Demink, supported by Clerk Berry. Mr. O'Connor, if you'd like to address this.
Yeah, good evening. This is a request to have AEW prepare bidding documents to do spot point open cut repairs of sanitary sewers that were discovered to be deficient during teething and cleaning programs. So this is to prepare the bidding documents.
Thank you, sir. Any comments from the board?
One question.
Trustee Joseph.
Mr. O'Connor, why can't you prepare it?
This is, and I think it's about 12 to 15 spots that will require topographic survey and mapping. We don't have the capabilities or the programs or the equipment to do that. It will also require AutoCAD, which we also don't have. We don't have operators of the program. It's things that are kind of beyond our capabilities.
What tools do you have? You're an engineer. There'll be nobody out on that site. You're saying that but for the equipment, we could do this? And do we think that it might be wise to purchase the equipment? Because we contract a lot of things out.
Yeah,
and we have a full-time engineer here, which you are.
Right.
So, you know, I want to get you the tools that we need, if it's just tools, but I just think it's silly to keep sending this stuff out when we have competent people here. So is it the tools that you need?
It's the tools, the licenses, and the manpower. It's equipment, like.
So everything?
Yeah, it
Okay.
would probably be a 2 or 3 man survey crew going to each site, preparing a base map of the existing, you know, the roadways, the driveways, the trees, whatever is going to be encountered by the contractor when he's digging up these point repairs. That information is brought back and drawn in AutoCAD, which is an AutoCAD license. You need an AutoCAD operator to run that. You need a computer that can run AutoCAD. It
sounds really complicated.
Well, in my opinion, it wouldn't make sense for us to gear up to do a job this small.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further comments from the board? Comments from the public?
Michelle Fitch, 49207 Brockton Court. If we have an in-house engineer but doesn't have the capabilities or the equipment to do things, shouldn't we either bid it out or keep the engineer and take care of him? There's no reason to double dip. It's what it is. You're paying him for something and he can't do the service, and then you're gonna pay out for someone else to do the service. It just doesn't make sense. It seems like a double dip, a waste of money. So that's just my opinion.
Any further comments from the public?
Paul Lafata, 48055 Mallard. My concern is this is going through the documentation. This is a carryover from 2017 to the work that's previously been done as far as closed, circuit TV that was done by Deutsch. Not really sure what engineering is going to be involved, but what's going to happen. And then they've got administrative fees. In other words, what's going to follow is there's going to be a quote from Deutsch, and there's going to be more engineering fees. And along with that, what happens is Deutsch goes out and they take all the camera pictures and everything, they put it on a thumb drive or transfer it, and somebody on their 85-inch television in their office looks and they rate it 1, 2, 3, or 4 to see if it has to be fixed. That's what they did in 2017. Now, I guess we're going to do it all over again before we dig it up and fix it. And I'm just trying to understand why we spend money to do it once, and then before we fix it, we're going to spend money to do it again. And there seems to be the same engineering fees. Thank you.
So to follow up on your question, yes, this was done part of the SAW grant in 2017, where they did identify certain locations of the township that were in need of repair or pending needs of repair, and that's where we're at right now, and that's what the presentation is. And yes, you have to have an engineer to talk to an engineer, particularly in this area. This is an expertise that we don't have until Mr. O'Connor came here, and hence, when these things are TV'd and looked at, yes, they are brought up on an 85-inch or 72-inch TV, and they are studied and looked at. That is a process that is implemented here. Did I miss anything, Mr. O'Connor?
Well, the TVing has been completed. This is the actual repair of the sewers. This is the actual digging up of the pipe and replacing the pipe in place. This is not the TVing of the sewers. That's already happened. That's what determined what needs to be repaired.
Correct.
Okay.
Thank you for the clarity. Further comments from the public?
Joe Kadich, live on Sutton. The engineer was hired as a recommendation from the Water Rate Reserve Board. The recommendation we had was to hire a professional engineer. Now, I don't know whether you're one or not, Mitch, but the idea behind it was that he would pay for his own way by eliminating a lot of the study work, a lot of the quotes that had to be put out, and basically that was going to be his job. Now, I don't know that anything we've done here has not been put out for a bid. And on these, you know, what do you do if the water line breaks? Brings crew in, they fix it, there's no engineering there. And if they're gonna repair these, why do we have to have somebody go out and study and say how it gets repaired? Are you gonna change anything? You're gonna duplicate what's in there and it's broken. The whole thing is just adding money to something that we don't even have. You've got 3 projects in here tonight that basically I don't know how you're handling, because we still haven't figured out how much money we've got in the system that we can allocate to this. You don't know how, I don't know how, who's operating your water board, who's calling the shots, what the people are responsible for, yet we're spending money. Now, are anything here basically an emergency that we're gonna have a problem with if it shuts down, that you gotta go through all of these right now? Or is there something can be delayed till we sit down and look at the responsibilities of the water board, figure out where the money's coming from? Are we charging the customers enough in their water? You know, we went through 5 years of basically Accovetti handling the water department, and with 5 years, with basically we should have had like $2 million a year doing replacement items. At the end of that time, there's no money left in the enterprise fund. There should be about 5 or 6 million minimum, because nothing was done in the way of repairs, and yet we're going on basically saying the same thing as we did before. Let's just spend it. I haven't heard from anybody saying how we're going to cover the deficit that pays for, you're what, $1.5 million short in the water budget this year? Yet you got how many millions you're setting up right here? I think somebody has to go in through here, look at the water board, see what it needs, see what needs to be done, see how much money we have to charge the customers, and then figure out what we're gonna do with the money we have, or if there's an emergency, we're gonna bond it out. But just going along and doing things just doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
Time's up, sir. Any further comments from the public?
John Spica. I have not seen a return on our investment to the residents, on our engineer. So this isn't the first time I've spoke at the podium on this. In the private sector, Mitch would have been gone. He would have been fired, so a long time ago. I mean, we're double dipping. We're double dipping.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask you one more time. Please speak to the agenda item. Quit attacking the employee that's doing his job and is directed to come.
It is not an attack.
Mr. Speaker, please continue.
Again,
Leave Mitch out of
we're
Speak to the agenda item.
This is the agenda item. Do you want me to break it down in simpler terms for you? I will.
You got 2 minutes.
We're double dipping. Again, we're paying an in-house engineer that's supposed to be able to have the capabilities to handle what we put on the agenda, but then we're subcontracting the work out. So again, we don't need the engineer when we're going to subcontract the work out. So, and basically, I mean, he told you at the podium, it came right from him, that he doesn't have the qualifications to handle what we expect out of him at the township level. So, thank you.
Any further comments from the public?
Chris Aiello, Compass Point. So I can ask a question and get an answer. Truly, are we running a deficit of I've heard some comments, and
Mr. Al, you want to speak to the topic? Again, the budget question is, that's their perception.
Okay, so I'm asking a question from as a I don't understand it
You wanna
because I haven't been involved. Can you hear me?
Yeah. If you
Are
wanna
we
speak-
running,
If you want to speak to the item that's in front of us,
and that is the water department bill, am I correct? Public Works, like we're running $1 million deficit
No, sir,
in that
we're not.
department? That's,
No, sir,
that's
we're
what I wanted to know.
thank you. Any further comments from the public? No further comments from the public? Bring it back up to the board. Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, just to clarify, and I want you to know, Mitch, I know what you do here. You've been working very hard. You're covering for a lot of things that have really nothing to do with your department. Your help in the water department's been really much appreciated. And just so you know, my question to you wasn't an attack on you. It was simply to understand why we couldn't do it in-house. And I want to be very clear, I never heard in our exchange and never alleged that you are not competent to perform the tasks. I heard that you lack tools and potentially manpower for a job of this size, and of your opinion, you believe it's cost-effective to send it to AEW. And that was the extent of my question, and I just want to be clear, I don't want you to leave this meeting thinking anybody on this board doesn't appreciate you. You do a great job in a number of areas, but we will unfortunately get questions about why we have an in-house engineer and we send out engineering services. Some of them, you were never intended to take over all engineering, and so the questions of what can you do and why can't we do it are going to come your way, and I hope you don't view that as an attack on you, because just on a personal level, I value you here and I know what you're doing day to day, especially in the water department right now. So thanks.
Yep.
Any further comments from the board? Seeing none, I have a motion by trustee Demink, supported by clerk Berry, to approve item 8C. Clerk Berry?
Trustee Demink. Aye. Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 8D.
Item 8D is to approve a recommendation by Public Works to have Anderson, Eckstein, and Westrick, AEW, provide engineering design and bidding services for the 2022 sanitary sewer CCTV and cleaning project, 54-inch sanitary sewer, in the amount of $5,250.
Do I have a motion to approve item 8D?
So moved.
Support.
Motion by clerk Berry, supported by trustee Vosberg. Mr. O'Connor, you take another swing at this one?
Yeah, absolutely. This is a request. There is a 54-inch sewer that was built probably in the mid-90s from Jefferson to I-94. Since it was built, we have not gone back in and taken a look at that sewer, so this is a request to clean and TV that sewer to see the condition of that sewer.
You mean preventive maintenance?
Preventive maintenance.
Okay, thank you, sir.
And we may come back next year and ask for a point repair.
Okay.
Okay.
Comments from the board? Questions from the board? Comments from the public?
I just have one question. I don't know who's doing your checks and balances, but both of those last agenda items, if you look at the estimated remaining budget, it's 435,000 and 435,000. So that's why you have so much money to spend, because you don't know how much you have in your budget. Thank you.
Further comments from the public?
Yeah, I know we lost all of the leadership in the water department, but I had a question. I thought a while back we had our own vacuum truck to clean out the sewers. And I think we were doing it because I remember the board approved basically microphones and so they could talk to each other when they were doing it, because the truck was so noisy. Now, if we've got the truck, why are we going outside to do this? Essentially, you need all this work done. Why don't we do it in-house? If you have to hire more people or temporary people, you got the truck, use it. I believe it probably costs $300,000 or $400,000, maybe $500,000 for that truck. And as far as the TV going afterwards, you could hire somebody that's got a TV on a trolley that could run down the source. Why, we keep going back to AEW to solve these problems. You can solve them in-house. Thank you.
Any further comments from the public? Bring it back up to the board. Any further comments from the board, questions? I have a motion by Clerk Berry, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to approve item 8D. Clerk Berry.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee
No.
Joseph. Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott. Aye. Supervisor Kersten.
Aye. Item 8E.
Item 8E is to discuss a recommendation by Public Works for the Township Board of Trustees to award the Morris DeMink Anchor Bay Pump Station Phase 1 CIP repairs to the design-build team of prime installation contractor J.F. Kavanaugh Company, subcontractor equipment supplier Detroit Pump, and OHM Advisors for engineering, design, and construction administration in the amount of $1,450,000.
Do I have a motion to approve the discussion?
Motion to open discussion.
Clerk Berry.
Second.
By Trustee DeMink. This is one of those preventative maintenance things that we kicked the can, apparently we've kicked the can down the road so many years that now we're caught up with a multi-million-dollar repair. Mr. O'Connor, you want to address this?
We do have Steve Siklich with OHM here to give a brief presentation of the proposed work. And then we would like to talk about funding options and then bring that back to the May 24th agenda for funding determination. So I'm going to turn it over to Steve to talk about the actual project.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mitch. Good evening, everyone. I'm just going to give a real high-level discussion on what we've brought to the board today. If you recall, late last year we completed a condition assessment on the station and estimated approximately $4 to $5 million of capital needs were required to bring this back to an acceptable level of service. Obviously, that's a lot to handle, so we're bringing today what we're calling a short-term Phase 1 repair project. Karen, if you could back up one slide, or a couple slides. And this is really what we're recommending be done in the short term to address some of these deteriorating assets. Essentially, we're replacing one of the existing 4 pumps with a new vertical flow pump and motor, and that is electric driven. And then we are replacing the existing diesel engine number 2. That is a backup pump if power goes out, which does happen quite frequently. We're also going to reposition the radiator to that diesel. Currently they sit in the wet well underwater. Can't be maintained, so that does add to the overheating problems that get experienced. We're going to relocate those to the roof. And then we're going to demo, obviously the diesel fuel lines are very finicky materials, so we don't want to operate a new diesel engine on old fuel lines from the 70s, so we're going to also demo the fuel lines and replace those and the new 200-gallon day tank. Another problem that was identified as being critical is the excessive debris in the wet well. I think we estimated somewhere between 80 and 100 cubic yards of debris sit in that wet well currently, and those pumps actually draw that debris up every time they're turned on, and it kind of acts like a sandblaster for the inside of those pumps, so that was another item we want to address. And then integrate to the township SCADA system so they can kind of oversee and monitor. Next slide. So we presented this image, just general image of the diesel engine that's in yellow, that's original 1970 construction. And then further in the picture, the gray motors, those are electric motors. Those were replaced in 2000, but those are also now towards the end of their service life. I don't know, Karen, if you can access that link. Is that just an image or is that a live link image? Okay, that's okay. So what you're looking at is the wet well on the right side. What you can't see under that water is all the debris. So that there's 4 or 5 foot of debris under that water, and it really deters the pumps from operating efficiently. If you go to the next slide. I know these are really difficult to see, but we wanted to provide some level schematics so you can kind of visualize what we're doing. So you can see in line on the picture on the left, there are 4 assemblies At the top of the screen, there's one motor and one pump for each of those assemblies. What's highlighted in pink all the way to the right, that's pump number 4, currently is not in service. That was inspected last year and determined to be unsafe to put back, so it was not put back. That pump is what we're proposing to replace here under this program. And then on the left side, there's one diesel engine that we're going to replace with a new drive shaft to the pump. The existing pump will remain in place. We do think those are in better condition than the ones that were on the electric. On the right-hand side, this just shows the depth of these pumps. They're about 30 to 40 foot tall. It actually sits inside of a 3-story building. So what we're replacing, again, is just the diesel engine on, so we're replacing the diesel engine on pump 2, and we're replacing the pump 4 motor and pump entirely. So what you're gonna end up with after this is completed is you're gonna end up with a reliable new primary pump, and you're gonna end up with a reliable backup diesel motor. And then the next slide. This is just a 3D schematic of the fuel lines. So on pumps 1 and 2, when they were transitioned to electric in 2002, those existing lines were abandoned, but the original 1970 construction still remains for pumps 3 and 4. Those are what we're going to replace, highlighted in green. Those go off to a storage room, kind of outside the back of the building, where we're going to put a new diesel day tank. Right now, I think the one you have in is like a 50-gallon tank from, again, 1970s. It gives you about a half-hour run time. Obviously, those motors don't care if it's raining or not for more than half an hour. So if it runs out of fuel, you run out of pumping capacity. So we're going to increase that capacity a little bit with this project as well. Next slide. Uh-oh. There it is. So this is just a floodplain map of this area. It's no surprise that high water has been an issue, especially over the last couple years. I think, if I recall correctly, lake levels got up to an elevation of maybe 577, 578 at some point in 2020. That is the elevation that you see highlighted in red, basically 577, 78. So when the lake levels get up that high, you can expect to see flooding potentially in that area of the township. This station, the way it was designed, actually has a finished grade elevation of around 580, between 580 and 81, which are highlighted in blue and green. If this station does go down out of service, it's possible, and it's not a one-to-one translation, but it's possible the area highlighted in blue and green could experience flooding in addition to whatever lake levels are. So, you know, the station is the only thing that protects that area from experiencing high water. Now, I don't know at this point, you know, what the ramifications are of that. If this is just ditch flooding, if it's street flooding, if it's basement flooding, that would have to be looked at in much greater detail. All I know is at a high level, there's a large service area that is controlled by this station. Next slide, please. So just a summary again, we estimated around $4 to $5 million of total need. To make this more palatable, we've brought in front of you what we're saying are the recommended short-term actions. They carry a cost of around $1.45 million. There is a lot of information and supplemental documentation we provided in our proposal for the board to review. I just want to point out on schedule, you know, this is not a traditional design bid build project. You know, typically we would go through a design process, spend, you know, 6 months designing everything, you know, reducing our risk, figuring out all the variables, and then we would bid it out to a contractor who, you know, maybe a couple contractors, and they would give us a quote, and then we would actually implement the construction phase. Because these items are custom items, they're not off-the-shelf pumps. They have to be manufactured from scratch. Those carry a 30 to 34-week lead time, so just doing some quick math, you're 7-8 months out. So you have, you know, procurement, which is going to be at 1 to 2 months. You have 7-8 months of manufacture for the pumps, and then you have another 1 to 2 months of construction activity. If you add all that up, you're essentially on a 10 to 12 month window, which means if you were to start today, this wouldn't be operational until April of next year. Obviously, we want to minimize flood potential during the wet weather, which is going to be next spring, most significantly. So we have proposed this as a what would be called a design-build project, except we are acting on behalf of the township. So typically in a design-build, I would work for the contractor. However, in this case, we're proposing you execute 2 separate contracts so that we can work on behalf of the owner. And then we would supplement the township engineer and his office on whatever actions are necessary to move through this. I think that's all I want to mention for now, but there's a lot of information, and I'd like to, be here to provide any answers to questions that might still be outstanding on this work.
Thank you. Real quick, the reason this is was brought up, put on this agenda is, as has been stated in other topics here, is the cost is going to go up. This price guarantee, you want to address that? You want me to do it, or?
Yes, that's correct, Supervisor. So when we had originally estimated this earlier this year, we thought it was going to be maybe $100,000, $200,000 less, but just in the last couple of months, those costs have increased. There's no guarantee on what's going to happen 6 months from now. I know a lot of suppliers are holding prices for a week, requiring cash up front. So we have prices held from these contractors right now through June. But after that, it's any guess as to whether or not they're going to go up, stay the same, or down.
Okay, with that, I'll bring it back up to the board. Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you. You might have explained this, but either I couldn't hear you or didn't quite understand. When this project is undertaken, is the entire system offline until the last piece is put on, or do the parts, the various pumps get put in place, and then can they start working right away?
Great question. Your pump 4 actually doesn't exist right now. It was pulled, so that's the one we're replacing. So it's currently offline today. So there will be no impact in service in that regard.
Okay. Then the other things that were going to be done, those don't take a lot of downtime?
Correct. Yeah,
Okay.
the station will not be turned offline. It'll be done during dry weather events. Obviously, there's rain in the forecast. We're not going to get in there and shut anything down. So it'll be done during dry weather.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Any further questions from the board? Trustee Joseph.
You talked a little bit about it, I think even in a previous presentation, the custom nature of this, given the type of pump that is there. It's not the typical design and build, as you mentioned. Has that been considered as an option, scrapping the current system and going with a more modern system that's less heavy in the customizing and the fabrication process? Or would that put us in a position where we'd have to go offline? And what are the pros and cons of just scrapping it and going with a more traditional updated system?
Another great question. So we actually are modernizing that pump to a new system. Right now you have a pump driven by electric motor that sits on the side with a right angle to a shaft. We're putting an actual vertical mix pump, so the motor's going to be on top. It is a more modern system. That's what gets used in most new pump station constructions today. And that is, we looked at a number of options during the assessment, and this was, this configuration and this approach was considered the most cost-effective.
So in terms of the pump, there's some upgraded pumps that will come along with this, obviously, but there's enough salvageable sort of unchanged infrastructure, just the basic layout and things that are still usable and can save us costs in the overall?
You have an expensive station, so we want to reuse what you have built. So yeah, we are modernizing it within the space that we have to save you some of that cost. Just to put it in perspective, if you were to build a new one of these, you're probably looking at $15 to $20 million of brand new construction.
That's the number I was looking for.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep, you're welcome.
And just to close, Mr. Supervisor, I wanted to apologize to you because you are right. When you introduced this topic, you said this is an issue that has been, the can has been kicked down the road. And I want you to know, I don't want you to be too angry with your predecessor because this was certainly his role. But we did have, while we were neglecting the pump station, a number of pictures in various magazines. We have a wonderful shoreline project that's won a lot of awards. We have a lot of milkweed that's been planted around the township. There's a pickleball court. So I know we were very busy. Supervisor previously was very busy with that. But I do owe you an apology because we should have done more to bring this to a head, because we're in a real dangerous situation now, and I appreciate the presentation.
Thank you, Trustee Joseph. Any further comments from the board? Trustee Domingue?
So basically, all from between Forbes, Mallard, Pheasants, Cotton Road, all the way to Sutton, all the water runs to the Bay Harbor Pump Station, goes in the wet well, and from the wet well, it's pumped out, then goes down to Fish Creek, and then pumped out Fish Creek to the lake, correct? Just so people know what we're talking about.
Yes, that's a good explanation.
All the gravity flows to Forbes, the north end of Forbes there, goes to that pump station, and then from there, those pumps, and like say, they are old, back from the 70s and things like that.
Yep, that's correct.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Treasurer Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I want to thank the Deputy Supervisor for the first week I was here. We had a meeting, Ways and Means Committee meeting, back in December of a year and a half ago, discussing this. And at that meeting, we talked about there's 4 pumps there. You guys have taken one out. There was 3 other pumps. So there will be one brand new one. The diesel, how does that different from the other 2? Can you explain that? And then will the 3rd one still be a backup, or will that be?
So typically you design a station with one additional pump, and that is above your capacity needs, and that is for redundancy. So really you only need 3 pumps here. You have 2 electric pumps now that are your primary duty pumps. One of them's missing. Then the 2 diesels are your backup pumps, which are unreliable. And you do have, times where, again, you lose power, you can't use your electric primaries, you have to use your diesels. So we are going to be keeping, we're proposing to modernize the electrics because those are already either not functioning properly or out of service, and we're going to just replace the drive system on the diesels. It's just one uses electric power, one uses diesel power. So you have kind of different mechanical components that are needed to operate those. But we're keeping the same setup that was designed in the 70s on the diesels, which will be your backup. And that's a cost, and that's a cost thing. I mean, if we were to build a new station today, we would put 4 electrics in of these vertical mixed flow pumps. But that requires a substantial investment in other, parts of that station, which is just not feasible. So we're using what is good or can be used now, and modernizing it as best we can to give you the reliability you need.
So will that diesel one still requires manual, right? It still requires that you have to manually turn it on, even though we're going to upgrade the system so that we can see it.
The current diesel motors do require manual operation. The new diesel motor that we are putting in will be remote operable, so it will be able to be controlled remotely. Now you'll still want to send somebody at some point to the station just to handle any alarms and make sure things are functioning, but that initial call when it comes in, it can be operated remotely.
And do you foresee us needing repairs after this within a certain time frame?
Yes, so we recommend that as part of the full project CIP, all 4 phases be complete, because again, you don't have any reliable motor or pump in service today. So, if it's over the next, 5 years, you do 1 phase a year, or maybe some of that work can be stretched a little bit further, but we're recommending that all, I mean, those 1970s equipment, that's well beyond its service life. It has to be replaced. So, even though what we're doing here is going to address your emergency needs, there's still going to be other work that you should go through the process of actually, designing and bidding, those components at a later date.
Thank you.
Any further comment from the board? Comments from the public?
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. Just a quick question. I didn't see this in the budget. Can somebody please answer where this is in the budget that was put out? Thank you.
Just a couple of things. I know this takes out basically the water that collects along Jefferson, probably between Sugar Bush and I don't know how far down. You showed the whole floodplain for the whole township. I'm sure it doesn't get the water from everybody. It's only a short area. And I guess that gets to my question, is somebody's got to pay for this thing. Now, are you planning on going back to the public and say, you know, what's going to be on your water bill? Are you going to try and share it someplace? Are you just going to bond it out and everybody's going to pay for it anyway? I think some study should be done as to who's obligated to pay for this, how it's going to be paid for it. And I had one other suggestion, being that this thing is, you said over 100 yards of debris, and that's just one pump, right? The whole thing? Okay, well, I just wanted to find, he's the one that explained it. I'm sure you can't answer it, but what I was going to suggest is when you're doing this to prevent problems in the future, is there a way that you can set up a filter system to prevent that debris coming into the well area? Like any other water filter system you put in, you try and trap the debris and get it out before it gets into their system. Probably should look at that. It may not make any difference for 5 or 10 years, but if we go again with the same situation in 20 years, you're going to have to go through the same thing, and it may save you from having to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
Paul LaFata, 48055 Mallard. First of all, there's construction cost, and then there's a wet well cleaning cost of $70,369. Since there's such a long lead time and we have a vac truck, can't we, in the interim between now and the equipment comes in, clean that out and take that off of the construction cost and save us 6%, which would be $4,222 of engineering fees? Also, this is a stormwater runoff pumping station that assists the water into the lake. The county roads are, all this stormwater comes from impervious surfaces. And the county roads, based on some rough calculations I did a couple days back, the county is responsible for about 30% of the stormwater that goes into this pump. And the residents currently pay a county operating millage of 4.3721, which average homeowner in that area is over $400 or $500. If we're, you know, every time that we have to have a road fixed, which is a county road, the county wants money. This stormwater definitely comes from impervious surfaces, and the county's definitely got a 30% responsibility. So I wouldn't try and stick that on all the homeowners. And there's two other items that I'd like to bring up. In the 2020 to 2025 Macomb County Hazardous Flood Mitigation Plan, according to Supervisor Accavetti and Mr. Coddington, there was no issue with the Bay Pump Station. If you go back to the 1995 to 2020, it says right there that the pump station has markedly reduced inland flooding north of Jefferson, where there was about 56 homes in the 100-year floodplain. And it also helped minimize the risk for another 26 homes and a fire station. So this isn't really keeping every home in that Anchor Bay subdivision from flooding. So that's a misnomer, because if you look at county documentation, it tells me different. So, you know, it's a costly project. I would look at see what we could do to help chisel it down a little bit. We've already paid like $80,000 in engineering fees, another $80,000 to Detroit Pump for this preliminary work. And I don't see how cleaning out the wet well can't be done prior to any construction. And as Mr. Cadiz says, we have a vac truck. And if you look at the contract, it says from Deutsch, it doesn't even include the haul away, because that's the township's responsibility. So,
Thank you, sir.
you know, I kind of like looking at this again before you spend all this money.
Thank you, sir. Time's up. A couple items, Mr. Siklich, you want to address the depth and the technical skills needed to clean out the shafts?
It's not accessible from the surface, so you have to actually send a crew, confined space crew into the wet well with log tubes and specialized equipment to kind of flush all that out and then draw it to the surface. Dosh does.
None of which we have.
Dosh specializes in that work.
Thank you. And I'll address a couple of your comments. Mr. LaFata, it would have been nice if the county would have taken this over. Our forefathers would have done that years ago, but unfortunately, this building historically has been owned and operated by the township. So that ship left years ago, before I was even born, probably. So that being said, any further comments from the public? Bring it back up to the board. Just a couple of comments too that I'll make. Number one, there's several irons in the fire looking for financing on this to help out. We are working with the senators and the congressman's office, Senator Peters and Congresswoman McLean, to see if we can't receive some funding. That is, we have applied for that. That is in the pipeline. We have not had an answer for that. Again, the reason that it was put on for discussion tonight is because of the term and pricing that this was brought up by OHM some time ago, and we're coming towards the end of that assessment, and pricing is going to drastically increase or impact this proposed project. One other thing too is this, the assessing department is currently working. There was an SAD back when this building was built, but apparently it was only applied 1 year.
There was a district created. In fact, we have the public hearing meeting minutes, but most of this project was funded by a grant. I think they only charge the residents maybe like $125 each for some, I forget what the term was. We have that record. We're gonna bring that to the next board meeting when we discuss funding.
Thank you. I just want to make sure it was commented on tonight. And back then, there were limited homes. We are now, the number of homes affected in this area that directly relate to this pump is over 1,200. So we are looking at potential SAD resurrection along with several avenues of funding. But again, this was brought tonight for discussion based on timelines that OHM, our engineers, had originally provided us, and then we did ask them to break it out over a series of years originally so we could soften the blow. My position is, unfortunately, I don't want to be sitting in this chair should a failure occur and have to answer to the residents in that district. And this, as commented, this was kicked down the road. Been kicked down the road previously, and I am not going to do it, and I'm going to leave it up to the board to decide how we want to approach this. So again, no action I am asking for tonight, but on the next meeting there will be a request to come up with some solution. And my hope then too is also have some answers from our federal representatives to see if maybe we can't get some funding for this. So Mitch, am I missing anything? Cover everything? Any questions from the board? Anything further? Anything further?
Just thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Do I have to take? Okay. Item 8F. Clerk Berry.
Item 8F is to direct Chesterfield Township Planning Commission to provide the Board of Trustees with a zoning ordinance outlining commercial zone locations for cannabis dispensaries and laboratory licenses. The location shall include the 2-acre parcel currently owned by the township, commonly known as the former DPW site, and no more than 4 additional sites selected by the Planning Commission based on strategic land use consistent with the township master plan. Additionally, the zoning ordinance should be consistent with the draft ordinance created and presented to the Township Board by Attorney Robert Siebert in November 2021.
So moved.
Do you have a motion? It's a motion by Trustee Joseph.
Second.
Supported by Clerk Berry. Trustee Joseph, this is your item, so I'll turn the floor over to you and let you make your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I hope, independent of how people feel about the issue, there's no confusion about the intent here, specifically my intent for bringing the motion, and I won't reiterate all of the things that I put in the executive summary. But this, in addition to a whole host of reasons that I could spend some time talking about why I believe this is in the township's best interest, principally among them is probably I could take up a huge chunk of time just discussing all of the financial difficulties that we've heard about tonight. And then the ones that yet to come to us, which will come to us in the coming board meetings, Parks and Rec buildings, repositioning police stations, the list goes on and on. I won't get into the specifics on the revenue. I won't get into the specifics about whether or not cannabis is a gateway drug or whether or not you believe that cannabis is a degradation to our community or something that is good for our community. I'll just simply say to you that the board has been presented with a very credible and I believe probable outcome involving the cannabis entrepreneurs, many of which are in the audience tonight, who have made it clear that not only in partnerships with local chamber groups and cannabis advocacy organizations, their intent to deliver a ballot initiative. They've prepared that outline and they've shared it with the entire board. That ballot initiative intends to seek unlimited retail cannabis dispensaries, along with a number of other businesses which anybody who has been involved with cannabis since 2018, when we were charged with the responsibility of looking at the impact of recreational cannabis, knows it will bring about the Wild West, a gold rush type environment, and we lose significant control. There is no sense in telling or trying to drill down on the amount of litigation that is possible because, as you know, we've talked in countless opportunities with our township attorney, there is not a lot of precedence out there. I believe, and having studied this immensely, I think a ballot initiative would be disastrous, absolutely disastrous. So rather than go on for some time about why and what, again, I'm asking the board to simply look at the request of this agenda item, which simply does this. It sends the matter to our planning commission, and it enlists the expertise and understanding of our township planner, as well as our planner vendor. Mr. Arroyo, at the most recent meeting I was in, opened the meeting by talking about his experience in communities that he represents, specifically Lake Orion, and the example that he shared with Supervisor Kersten, myself, and Trustee Anderson was that he had just left a Lake Orion meeting where the Lake Orion City Council, in essence, was paying for a new city council building as a result of regulated, smart cannabis policy in their community. He's very well informed in this issue, and so what I'm asking the board to do tonight is not make a vote on whether or not you want to approve an ordinance because there isn't an ordinance in front of you. What I'm asking you to do tonight is simply send it to the Planning Commission, ask our township planner to direct the conversation, and at that, in that endeavor, there is a requirement for a public hearing. The opportunity for the public, for perhaps the first time, not in a 2 minutes to give your opinion, but a real collaboration in terms of a public hearing, a true public hearing, which is mandated by law. Our attorney has advised us that any change to the ordinance, zoning or otherwise, will require a public hearing. This simply asks another branch of our government to take a look at some of the things that have been evaluated by a number of us on the board and provide us with a recommendation, including possible locations. The last thing I will say is I have great appreciation for the board members that have shared with me their opinions. And Trustee Domingue, specifically you. I know that you have been very consistent in your opinion on this matter. And I disagree with you, and I've disagreed with you on a number of things. But what I do respect is that throughout the process, you look at it, I believe you understand it, and then you make a decision, and that's consistent. And I have a different opinion. And it's maybe why our friends over at World's Finest Custard have chocolate and vanilla. I think last week they had Tutti Frutti, so they can appeal to everybody. There's everybody. Unfortunately, we can't do that in politics. We can't provide a number of flavors. We can't be everything to everybody. And I get really upset, and I am very upset, at individuals who say one thing in one room, do something else in another room, make promises to different people in one room, and that's not good leadership. That's good at helping to be liked by everybody, but if that's our profession, let's all go over to Custard and sell ice cream, because they love them. They love them over there. But that's not what we do. And in a process as difficult as this, even though you don't see it the same way I do, I appreciate you being consistent. And it doesn't matter who's in the room. And that I appreciate. But I would like you to consider sending this to your committee tonight for review. Let your team weigh in on it. Let our township planner weigh in on it. And then come back to the board after the public, most importantly our bosses, have weighed in on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Joseph. Further comments from the board? Trustee Anderson.
I just want to look at this process that's proposed that Trustee Joseph is proposing here, and I'm not going to comment on any of the of your remarks that were definitely, I perceived, were probably favorable to the marijuana issue, but I'm looking at this a little different way. This ordinance in front of us, send it to the Planning Commission. Let them flesh it out. They have to look at it, turn it upside down every which way. There's also public hearings. It's not in a vacuum. The public will get its say there. That's the way it should work. What comes back to this should be acted on by this board one way or another, or by a referendum by our township voters. Simple as that. I'm not endorsing marijuana at all. I don't believe this action is, I don't see it as yes, we're in favor of it. I don't see it at all. I think it's finally getting it off center base here, because let's find out what we're dealing here. You know, Clinton Township, they were against it. They pushed a referendum on. The voters said no. Who knows what it'll be here? But I think we need to clean the air on it, one way or another. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I think the two previous trustees have made very good points, both of them, and that is that this is about the process. It's about the process of how we evaluate all potential legislation that comes in front of this board, and the fact that we are moving this to the right place for the right conversation and making sure that everyone has ample time and opportunity to weigh in on this very important issue as we deliberate it. I feel that it allows the Township Board to make better decisions. The more public input we have, the public hearing will allow for, as Trustee Joseph alluded to, more time for the public to have more meaningful conversation and more meaningful comments to the Planning Commission, who are also 9 additional members of our community. And so it allows for the greatest degree of public involvement in this issue that we can use and need their feedback in order to make wise decisions for this community. So I see this, I think both the previous trustees are absolutely correct. One, it is a correct process. We are a planned community, and that's why we have the process that we do in terms of assessing zoning ordinances. The whole point is that they go to the Planning Commission. And secondly, then the regulatory piece which is the regulatory ordinance, is again assessed by the board, and we have taken steps to do that over the course of the last several months. But either way, should we be faced with a ballot initiative or decision by our electorate that says that, yes, they do want this, I certainly would not want to be, and I don't think any member of this board would want to be under the gun to come up with something in a pressurized environment where our residents have not had ample time and opportunity to comment, and where we are in a situation where we have to hurriedly put something together and find ourselves in a position, say, like Port Huron, and find ourselves in not only in a difficult situation to make decisions, or smart decisions, but also find ourselves in a position where there's litigation occurring as well. So I think that I agree with both previous trustees. Again, excellent points, and is why I will support this item as well.
Thank you, Clerk Berry. Any further comments, questions? A couple questions from me. Attorney Siebert, would you be able to discuss the role of the Planning Commission should this get forwarded to them, or should it not? What is the role of the Planning Commission?
Well, there's two components to the recreational marijuana. One is a regulatory ordinance which sets forth the licensing process. That ordinance was submitted to the board in November of 2021, along with a draft zoning ordinance. The regulatory ordinance that I had put together had unlimited marijuana establishments in the light industrial zoning district. But that ordinance, although I'm satisfied that it's easily enforceable, is not ready for implementation unless there's a zoning ordinance, because the zoning ordinance would have to amend your current ordinance, allow for marijuana establishments as a matter of right, and would have to allow them in a particular zone. I shouldn't say arbitrarily. In connection with discussions with your planner and your planning consultant, we thought the best place to put it was light industrial. That was our decision only. We were given no parameters by the board, and we thought that was a good way to go. That is obviously something that the board can completely disregard. But the Michigan Zoning Enabling Act requires that any zoning ordinance amendment first be considered by the Planning Commission, which is an autonomous statutory board over which this board has zero control. The act does, however, allow the legislative body, which is the board, to request the Planning Commission to consider a zoning ordinance amendment, which you're doing tonight. A zoning ordinance amendment cannot come back to this board for a vote unless it has first gone to the Planning Commission for consideration and the Planning Commission holds a statutorily required public hearing. So, if this motion passes, the Planning Commission will receive this directive. They will meet with their planning consultant, your in-house planning director, and they will discuss the parameters as set forth in the motion of a zoning ordinance amendment. They will at some point schedule it for a public hearing. The statutory notices will go out. All members of the public have an opportunity to appear at the public hearing. They have an opportunity to be heard. The Planning Commission will close the public hearing. At that point, they can either make a recommendation to the Township Board to approve the ordinance amendment, to reject the ordinance amendment, or they may table it and come back and request that there be additional review. But this board cannot statutorily get that ordinance until the Planning Commission has A, reviewed it, and B, held a public hearing. And there's no exceptions to that rule.
Thank you. Is there an impact if the board did not take action on your previously drafted ordinance? This board did not.
You can't take action on the ordinance that I drafted. The ordinance that when I say I prepared it in connection with your in-house planning director, Mr. Palin. I also met with Mr. Arroyo, your planning consultant, and we went through it. And again, I'm not going to repeat what I said, 4 months ago. I went through it. I was satisfied that everything that's in that ordinance, if challenged, can be upheld. But it doesn't do you any good to adopt a licensing scheme if you don't know where they can go. The document that tells you where they go is the zoning ordinance. And nobody to date has gone to the Planning Commission and said, hey, we need you to look at our zoning ordinance because the board may be considering marijuana establishments. They've never looked at it. They've never been directed to look at it. They've never even discussed it informally, to my knowledge. So somebody's got to get it to the Planning Commission. They're either going to initiate it themselves or you're going to direct them to initiate it. One way or the other, that that has to start, or this is all a dead issue.
Thank you. Trustee Joseph, just a quick question on the presentation. Why are we attaching a parcel of property owned by the township to this?
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I answered that for you in your office, but if you'd like me to answer it for you again publicly, I'd be happy to. I believe that there is, again, deviating slightly from my original position, which was I wasn't going to get into great lengths in terms of the advocacy of why I think it's in the township's best interest, because at this stage, I was just looking to satisfy the question that you posed to Mr. Siebert, which is a procedural matter. But if you're interested in knowing why, there are two reasons. One, I don't like the idea of any board member being in a position to identify a commercial district. I think that it is potentially harmful, and in watching litigation that's popped up in other communities, oftentimes vendors who are not selected or don't get an opportunity to take one of the locations often sue the municipality, or in many cases they've said that candidates and petitioners have gotten preferential treatment. I don't want to be in a position where I am in any way appearing to favor a particular entrepreneur. The benefit of sending it to the Planning Commission for review allows Mr. Arroyo and the planning team to look at something that is very, very big. It's one of the core elements of the master plan, which was just recently redone, and it talks about strategic land use. So there are areas within the township that potentially serve as a stronger financial revenue producer depending on their location. They could be win-win situations for the entrepreneur as well, but they could also be in an area where maybe we don't have water or maybe we don't have sewer. And a retailer goes in and says, I'd like to have that location, and I will enhance the township's grid, their infrastructure, by putting in. We've seen that happen in other municipalities. The site of the former DPW property was the only one that I was firm on in terms of location, because it's simply a revenue generator for the township. If that were a commercial location for a cannabis, it's not currently owned by anybody but the township, and if it were put on the market as a C5 or a permitted use cannabis or a cannabis overlay district, the revenue associated with that property would be considerably more. Just as a layperson, and I think anybody who studies this reasonably for 5 seconds will tell you, and I think you know personally, there have been people who have spent, I would guess to say, hundreds of thousands of dollars speculating on what areas might become available, that there are actual entrepreneurs who have entered into contracts on an if-come basis, just on the hope that at some point the township designates that a site. There are contracts, and I think when we took this up in December, I started getting calls, I know Clerk Barry and I don't know anybody else, with questions about what's the process, where is it going, and I say the same thing over and over. I don't have locations identified with the exception of one, and it's not one that is in favor of anybody but our bosses. So the current landowners are the beneficiaries if we decide that cannabis will go in a commercial district. That district also has neighboring businesses like bars, liquor stores that are consistent with a commercial application for cannabis. So I identified that as a suggestion to one of the parameters for the Planning Commission to take up. Again, we're tasking them with a lot because it's a difficult issue, and so some guidance about location, and again, location that brings handsomely revenue back to the township, and I'm sure you know it better than anybody. You're seeing the red ink over and over and over again, so as we prepare to sell this property, which we've identified as something we're interested in doing, I believe the market value is considerably higher if it is designated a cannabis retail location. So that was the thought behind that. And again, I'm sorry if I wasn't clear when I spent the time in your office explaining that to you with counsel, but that's the reason.
Thank you. Any further comments from the board? Treasurer Elliott.
Mr. Siebert, what is the process if the voters pass the referendum, if they pass they vote to add cannabis, and it is unlimited, as was spoken?
You mean the one that was submitted to the township? Well, the one that I've only seen one. And there was one that was submitted under a cover letter from the Macomb Cannabis Alliance. The letter is undated, so I don't know when it came in, but there's a document called an initiation of ordinance. And they're permitted to do this pursuant to the Recreational Marijuana Act. There is a provision in the statute which specifically provides, number one, that a local unit of government can adopt an ordinance prohibiting all or any marijuana establishments. Chesterfield, like 1,400 other municipalities, took the exclusionary route. They adopted an ordinance as not in our township. Anybody who can garner enough votes, which is 5% of the last gubernatorial, people that voted in the last gubernatorial election, can, if they get the language right, can get it on the ballot and can get it approved. There have been 0 cases decided on interpreting what this section means. But the clear language of the section is that the initiative can only, and I'm going to read you the language so that I don't misstate it. It said, individuals may petition to initiate an ordinance to provide for the number, and that's important, the number of marijuana establishments allowed within a municipality, or to completely prohibit marijuana establishments within a municipality, and such ordinance shall be submitted to the electors. So the initiative isn't where they're going to be. The initiative is, are there going to be, can we prohibit them, or can we provide for the number? The initiative that was submitted by the Alliance provides that the township would authorize marijuana establishments. There would be unlimited retailers, but no growers, 0 processors, 0 transporters, 0 marijuana safety compliance locations. So this initiative, as proposed, would permit, if passed, an unlimited number of marijuana retailers. But that doesn't end it. The township then, if this were to pass, would then have the ability under its zoning ordinance and under its regulatory ordinance to impose licensing requirements like we've already done in the regulatory ordinance, and provide for where in the township these unlimited retailers would be located. The marijuana group would argue, no, we have the ability not only to tell you the number, but we can also tell you where. It's not what the ordinance says, and I'm current as recently on the case law as this afternoon at 5 o'clock. There are no cases which have interpreted this, and I am confident that my interpretation, along with a number of other municipal attorneys, is right, that the initiative, the worst you can do is have an ordinance which says, unlike what you've already done to ban them, they could pass an initiative which says, we're going to undo what the board has done, and we're going to allow unlimited dispensaries. When you're faced with that, it'll then come back to the Planning Commission to decide where those are going to go. So that's your downside.
Trustee Vossmer.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor, and thank you for asking the question about the one stated location, because that was my question as well. So we have the answer that you would ask. Thank you.
Mr. Siebert, if you would address the opt-out status, pro or con, if this, whatever action happens tonight.
Mr. Supervisor, if you would mind, Treasurer Elliott asked a very good question that I would like to continue the conversation briefly on, if we may, before we move on to a new topic, with your permission.
Please.
The issue that you raised is a very good one, and I want you to know I'm happy, and I will take you up on your offer if you're so inclined. The concern that I have, and I've talked to Mr. Siebert about this in great detail, is that if we get to a situation where a ballot initiative passes, there's an argument to be made about like business establishments that are currently existing in our township. Some of those, for example, a CVS, a liquor store, a bar, so forth. Think of all of those establishments and then spend some time looking at our current zoning ordinances and see the muddling that's occurred over the decades in our township where you will find a permitted use in a C1 in a C3, or a permitted use in a C2 in a C1. There have been so many variances granted that it's very, very difficult to determine from the naked eye when you're in a C2 what it looks like compared to a C3 or a C1. I say that only because I believe that the arguments that will be made legally, and as Mr. Siebert said, I'm not an attorney and there's no precedence, but I find it really interesting to think the real buffet available to an entrepreneur who says, tell me why I couldn't go in a C1 or a C2 or a C3, because in every one of those establishments you already have existing businesses just like mine, and you don't regulate how many CVSs you have. You don't say Rite Aid can't go next to CVS and so forth. So they will make those arguments, and I'm not saying that we win or we lose. I just say we'll be in court. We're going to be in court a tremendous amount, because I think it's not frivolous to say, I have a claim to this site, and I believe the businesses surrounding me are like my business, except you don't like cannabis. You know, that becomes the argument. So you ask a very good question, and I'd like you to see, because I asked Mr. Palin to construct a map for me, which he did, so I could see the different colored zones. It's available on our township website, but he was nice enough to blow it up, and on paper, it's something that I've used in talking with to show you the point that you just made. It's a very good one, and I believe the ballot initiative will bring with it a whole host of legal challenges, and I think their case could be strengthened. I have supreme confidence in Mr. Siebert, but I think their case is very strengthened when you look at the muddling of where these places could go and where legitimate claims could be made. And it's costly. It could be costly.
Thank you, Trustee Joseph. Treasurer Ella?
Mr. Siebert, what was the document you read from? The one that you're looking at here?
The one about the number? I'm reading the Michigan regulatory statute.
Is there any regulatory statute on CVS pharmacies?
No, the argument that Dave is making, and I have made this, when we've just discussed in general the location of dispensaries, they hold similar characteristics to other commercial businesses. You got to be 21 to buy liquor. You go into a CVS, you buy prescription drugs. They're all regulated. Sometimes in a dispensary you're selling a product that you need to be 21 to buy, and somebody's going to make the argument that they're very similar to other commercial establishments like them, and maybe they belong in commercial. Some municipalities have said they can go in commercial. Other ones have said no, they're in light industrial. It depends on the community. I made that argument that Dave just made to a colleague of mine, and his answer was, that's great, but I can take a 5-year-old to a CVS, and I can take a 5-year-old in a liquor store. Can't take a 5-year-old in a marijuana retail establishment, and by the way, it's still a violation of federal law. So there are arguments and distinguishing factors. How that's going to all pan out, who knows? That's what God made the Court of Appeals for in the Michigan Supreme Court, and it'll get litigated for years. And I don't know the answer to any of that, but the issue that you're trying to decide is, do you want to have the Planning Commission take a peek at it?
Real quick, my question to you, the opt-out status that we currently are recognized in the township, this does not impact that if it goes to Planning Commission at all whatsoever?
No, right now, Chesterfield has got a wall around it. You cannot put a marijuana establishment in Chesterfield Township like 1,400 other municipalities in the state of Michigan, period. The statute gives you that absolute right. That ordinance is bulletproof. The question is now whether you want to send it to the PC, have them take a stab at it, and then if they recommend one, it's going to come back here. And quite frankly, even if they recommend against it, it's still going to come back here. And someday in the future, you're going to be looking at a zoning ordinance amendment, whether recommended by the Planning Commission or not, to allow certain types of marijuana establishments in the township, and you're going to look at the regulatory ordinance that I had done, and you're going to look at them together as a package, and you're going to decide whether or not that ordinance that you've had in place now for 4 years, banning them, ought to be lifted, and whether you ought to now insert these. That's the ultimate decision you got to make. So nothing's going to change until that day in the future when you're looking at both of those together, and you got to determine whether or not you're going to lift it.
Thank you. Clerk Berry.
Question for Attorney Siebert. In the event that a ballot initiative were to be successful here, let's say on the November ballot, when would that go into effect, and how much time would this board have in order to enact a zoning ordinance in compliance with that approved initiative?
How quickly would the board have to act? Don't know that, but I mean, the practical answer is you're going to have to move pretty quickly, because if the ballot initiative says, like the one that was drafted, you're going to have unlimited retail marijuana retailers, then you're going to have to put together an ordinance. Now, there's no provision. Remember, this initiative that was submitted is not a zoning ordinance. This is a regulatory ordinance. All it's going to tell the board is you must allow unlimited retailers. At that point, you're going to be given an opportunity to prepare an ordinance. There's no time frame in the statute that allows you to do that. But on the other hand, you can't just slow walk it forever. And again, these are things that will be determined by the courts, because you're going to get some municipality that's going to get an initiative that passes, and they're going to say, fine, we're going to stand on it and do nothing. And then somebody's going to file a lawsuit, and some judge is going to tell you what time you get. So these are all to be determined. I mean, these are a lawyer's dream.
So either way, we're ending up in court?
No, you're not going to end up in. First of all, the initiative has to be submitted. They got to get the signatures, and it's got to pass. All of which is, we're all playing a gamble here. Whether it passes or not, who knows? If it passes, you got some work to do.
Thank you. Any further comments from the board? Treasurer Elliott.
So if most voters agree with Trustee Joseph that an unlimited, if this is the initiative that was put forth and it was unlimited, and that would be disastrous, and so they vote to not pass it, then what happens?
Well, if it goes to the voters, and the voters a majority of the voters do not pass it, then you're back where you started out initially. You've got a complete ban on marijuana establishments. And, remember, even if we send this to the Planning Commission, and the Planning Commission recommends a zoning ordinance amendment, and they come back with certain areas where you can put retailers, and you have, I don't know, growers, somebody else that's in the marijuana business that's interested in doing this, and you don't provide for their use, they can still circulate it. You're not insulated just because you adopt a zoning ordinance allowing for some. Now, the argument is you give yourself better protection because you've pacified some but not all. But even the initiative that's proposed cuts out everybody but the retailer. So if I'm in a business and I'm not a retailer and I can make some money as a grower and you don't allow it, I could still circulate a petition.
And what does it take to actually put a ballot initiative together for November?
You've got to draft something similar to what the Macomb Cannabis Alliance put together. You've got to get signatures signed by qualified electors in a number greater than 5% of the votes cast for governor at the last gubernatorial election. And then you'll submit it to the township clerk, and away you go, assuming the language of the petition is sufficient.
Clerk Barry, when, for the November election, when would be the last date that could be submitted?
August 2nd is when we need to have petition signatures are due August 2nd into our office, but the language will go in front of the county election commission for approval prior to that. And there's also a 90-day window of time from the time that the first petition signature is collected to when the final petition signature is collected. And there's a 90-day window for that as well. But they're due into our office on August the 2nd.
Thank you. Any further questions from the board? No further questions from the board. I'll open it up to the public. Comments from the public. If you would please state your name, turn the mic on, and speak into it.
Hi, everybody. I'm Peter Viviano. I'm from Viviano Flower Shop, and I have the pleasure of also being part of Clinton Township First. My contention has never been temperance about cannabis. My argument is about the best use of land. And it's also about current owner preserving their property rights. The finance gains that Mr. Joseph presented today are overreaching. Our township supervisor came up to the figure of $300,000 of expected revenue from 20 cannabis licenses. That's 50 new homes at $6,000 property tax, or 100 new homes at $3,000 property tax, which is a permanent gain. The property that Mr. Joseph wants to use, make it a subdivision, and you'll have a permanent gain. More homes, more people, more retail opportunity, revenue for more parks, a better Chesterfield. Also, there's the additional cost not mentioned. It's the misuse of cannabis and misuse of other intoxicants. For example, the CDC stated that alcohol misuse costs $249 billion each year, with 2/5 of that cost picked up by taxpayers. That is $100.7 billion. This stat is underrecorded according to the CDC. Big business is not liable, taxpayers are. This is about greed, not weed. Big cannabis has a lot of money to buy lobbyists, to pay off politicians. The lobby money and ambitious politicians are a petri dish for corruption. I've seen the weed lobby firsthand. While fighting for access to your town, they go after the homegoers and the caregivers. They want to be the only source. They bullied my parish priest because he spoke up against cannabis in the meeting, and they went after our church's tax-free status. They sued Warren for not licensing the right way or the right people. They sued Detroit the same. They sue if you want weed in your community. They sue if you don't want weed in your community. The investors hide in shadows. They stay anonymous. They pay lawyers and lobbyists to represent their interests. We know Mr. Johnson represents Cannabis Coalition in Macomb, but the members are mere ghosts. Go to their website, about its members, no names listed, no names. I've been in this fight before, an alliance of local families.
Point of order, Mr. Supervisor. How is this even remotely appropriate or a part of the agenda item?
Mr. Joseph, I'm
not talking to you, sir.
Mr. Viviano, hold on. After speaking with the attorney, he has the right to speak.
Mr. Attorney, point of order. You're saying that this is on topic, talking about municipalities and other districts, naming individuals and chamber members, something that our supervisor cautioned the speaker earlier today. This is an appropriate attack?
What I'm saying is I've litigated enough Open Meetings Act cases to know that a court would conclude that the comments that this gentleman are making are protected by the Open Meetings Act.
Interesting.
Whether
Okay.
they're, whether they're rough or not, like one of the judges said, the public forums are rough.
apologize.
I got zero problem with rough, and I can give it just as fine.
Mr. Viviano, if you would just speak to the topic and not mention names, that would make this much smoother. Thank you. Please continue.
I'll continue. This is about cannabis. This is the topic. I'll stick with the topic. I've been in this fight before. It's an alliance of local families, Republicans and Democrats. Even pro-cannabis people were on our campaign. The cannabis industry sold so much dark money into Clinton Township campaign, there was $750,000. We did $60,000. They lost. They tried to buy the board majority in the next election. They lost too because money doesn't vote. People do. They tried to make their own rules. This is relevant. In Clinton Township race, Big Cannabis tried to create their own rules and zone ordinances, and they were in violation, as the lawyer said, the state regulation regarding the weed ballot initiative.
Time's up, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay.
Any further comments from the public? Any further comments from the public?
I just got a suggestion. I think the way to go is to pass it on to the Planning Commission. And I'd like to make a suggestion that when they look at the property, wherever they're going to put it, do like New Baltimore did, they put it in a manufacturing area. Now, you got a perfect place right over here. We used to call it the Lagoon. Got 67 acres. We got the Air Force wanting us to vacate it. Look at that. Hell, they could grow how many acres of cannabis there out of sight. All you do is put kind of barrier where there's trees now. Nice operation. You got the I-94 on one side and a bunch of trees and that on the other side. Nobody's bothered. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public? again, let's leave names out of this. Let's speak directly to the issue, to the topic. Let's leave names and personalize this.
No, I want to talk
everything we
about
can.
Viviano for a little while.
Thank you,
He
sir.
talked about me, so I'd like to talk about him. But nevertheless, I respect your opinion, by the way. So if I
like to
could, I'm
avoid
John
that.
Johnson. I'm a resident of Chesterfield Township, and been also lead the chamber here and the Cannabis Alliance, and actually am invested in the township in a great way. I've been operating the Gratiot Cruise for the last 10 years, and most recently the 5K here in the township. And actually, my point in all this is I'm a stakeholder in this community. I've raised tens of thousands of dollars for this community and local community causes through the years, the Boy Scouts, Alliance Club, and on it goes. So I am a stakeholder, and I speak from that perspective. But I think we need to get this issue done and over with. I'd like to see it finally get done. I believe that the right thing to do is to go ahead and legalize this here. It's happening on the streets every day anyways. I have a couple of studies here that I'd be glad to provide you, but of the more than $3 billion in sales that took place in the state of Michigan last year, only about $100 billion, I'm not saying, of the $3 billion in sales, $1 billion of that was through legal sources. And in this community, all of the sales of marijuana are illegal sales, and they're being generated by the caregivers. And so what you guys are effectively saying, I say, by doing nothing, you are the enablers of street sales of drugs in this community, effectively, by doing nothing. And so what you're saying is, it's not okay for it to be in an industrial park, and it's not okay for it to be in some appropriately zoned area, but it can be in the house next door to me, and that guy can be growing drugs and selling it throughout the neighborhood. All the sales that are going on here in this township are all as a result of the caregivers and illegal drug sales. It's not legitimate, guys. And I guess I want to know is, how it is you justify them being next door to me, growing product that isn't tested and isn't safe necessarily, and then furthermore, the other issues with electrical and various other things associated with this. And it just doesn't make a whole heck of a lot of sense to me. And then there's the revenue side of this. And I understand it's an emotional issue, and I respect all that. But it's happening anyways, and we may as well legitimize it and get it under control and make it right and generate some revenue for some various causes here in the township. And I don't say this lightly because I'm an investor in this township. Nobody in this room has invested more money in this community than I have, so I don't speak about this lightly. And I'd like to see it out of my neighborhood, not with the kids in the neighborhoods, and be controlled and be handled under those circumstances. 70% of the sales of marijuana in the state of Michigan are still illegal, and in this community, 100% of the sales are illegal. So what are we doing about it? So I would challenge you to move forward with this evening and ultimately lead to the fact that we legitimize this and legalize this in some fashion where we get our arms around it and generate some revenue for the township. So thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, sir.
Good evening, Chris Aiello, Compass Point, citizen of Chesterfield since 1996. The speaker prior to Mr. Johnson, I've met Mr. Johnson, I'd say 7 years ago, and a number of you up there know who he is, and a number of you know what he does for communities. Before cannabis came around, the groups that he's involved and the energy that this man has from McCrest, I dragged him here tonight to ask him to come here. He's on the board of McCrest. I can't tell you how many boards he's on, and to hear what I heard a few minutes ago, insulting him the way he does, and the money that he raises for children, for cities, for car events is exhaustive. I would defy any of you to walk in his shoes for a year and do what he does for your neighbors, your cousins, your friends, Macomb County. He's exhaustive. And what you may think of him based on what I heard tonight is inaccurate. You need to sit down with this man one day and understand what he really does and how he affects our community, which is you, me, my cousins, from the southern end of Warren all the way to the tip of Washington. Ask anyone what he does for their community. Just an overview of what we're trying to do here. This is 2 years in the making. I've sat through every meeting exhaustively with almost every one of you attending the committee meetings, the whatever you want to call them, to discuss marijuana, and we did it. And we've brought in how many speakers and experts on every issue in this state. We've listened to it. We have a divided board with some individuals thinking that this is 1931 and Harry Anslinger is going to come save us and write some type of proclamation that marijuana is still bad. It's over, it's done. But let me shed some light on what's really happening in the state of Michigan. Do you know that there's a giant movement right now that almost happened about 2 weeks ago that would allow hemp to take the place and be substituted in? Do we know what hemp is? Hemp is 0.0, by definition, 0.03% or less of THC in the stalk of that plant.
15 more seconds, Mr.
Hemp was used to draw the United States Constitution. There are 3 bills that passed in the Michigan House yesterday that is going to allow hemp to take the place of marijuana. Are we all listening? We're maybe fighting a fight that doesn't need to be fought. It will be taking the substitution of marijuana in Michigan. It's about to pass the Senate. Third point, why are we fighting with each other, the industry and this in the city? Who else would bring all this money and take some of these debilitated buildings and redo them into multi-million? Why are we even having this discussion in 2023 almost, that we're going to have a dialogue between us that we can't get along?
Time's up, Mr. Allen. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
How you doing? Just wanted to comment. My name is Marvin Kesey. I am the owner and operator of Puff Utica. We are a dispensary, actually a marijuana retailer in Macomb County, and it's family owned and operated. My wife works with me. We don't hide behind, closed doors. We're not corporations. We're not a shadow company. I actually own a lot of properties, done a lot of development in Macomb County. A lot of the guys that I know that are here right now actually do the same thing. Their interests are the same interests as mine. And I'd just like to say that, as a suburb store, right, in Utica, we're very successful, very diverse crowd. We bring a lot of traffic. We see over 45,000 people a month. So that amount of traffic that comes from cannabis actually brings more people into the city, which, hey, they might stop by, a local retailer. They might stop by your Kroger store, your CVS. They're spending money in your city. Your city is now being exposed to people that never seen Chesterfield before, maybe like the school districts, maybe want to move to Chesterfield one day. So there's also a benefit to drawing these people in to your city by having these retailers in Chesterfield. On another note, going back to saying that, these cannabis companies are, shadows or dark corporations or anything like that, between my family and I, we own and manage over 2.3 million square foot of retail development. We've done a lot of development, and actually Bart's Viviano is one of my tenants in Ohio. So I just want to let you know that we're family owned and operated, and that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
Paul Lafata, 48055 Mallard. I don't know how the board can actually make a decision without going through the process that was explained, going through zoning, going through planning, having the town hall or the hearing, maybe publish it where everybody in the township knows that there's going to be a hearing, and then give them an allotted amount of time to have some real discussion so they can understand the pros and cons. But unless you educate yourself on anything, I don't care if it's an engineering project or marijuana, if you're making a decision up there, it's a personal one, unless you educate yourself and you look at all the facts and all the data. Replacing a piece of property with a housing market right now, that got shot in the foot when they raised the interest rates. That isn't going to happen right now. In our current environment, I got this little flyer in the mail. It says, high-quality cannabis products delivered. You can call up and have it delivered to your doorstep. You can have in-store shopping. curbside delivery. This is this is right in New Baltimore on Industrial Drive. It's here. There's a facility behind the post office. There's another facility, I don't know if you read the article in the Voice, retired police officer opened a facility in New Baltimore. The problem is you can say you don't want it in Chesterfield, but it's in your backyard anyway. I mean, it's less than a mile from where we're sitting right now. But not to make an educated decision and not to follow it through is what the board normally does. They don't really vet anything. They don't know what the residents really want, and they make a decision that a lot of times is in their own personal gain, and that's wrong. Right, good, or indifferent. This should be vetted just like any other project, and good, bad, or indifferent, we should be going through the process. Thank you.
Mr. Riley, you only get one crack at the mic. Thank you. Further comments from the board, or public, I'm sorry.
John Speaka, 53978 Connor Drive. I agree with Mr. LaFata as far as let's getting ourselves educated. We need to hear the pros. We need to hear the cons without being properly educated, and we need to have a public hearing. My take is when we have a public hearing, we need to send notices to all the residents. We can't be selective in who we send notices to. And my opinion, I'd like to see it on the ballot as an initiative and let the residents decide. But if you guys don't want to do that, I think it should be open for discussion. And I think the residents should have a say. And ultimately, my take is I think the residents should decide whether or not, they want marijuana here or they don't. I mean, I don't think 4 people on the board should decide for 45,000 people. I mean, it's insane to me that 4 people will decide for 45,000 people. Let the residents decide, and we'll move forward from there. Mr. LaFata said, and he's right, I mean, we're bordered in all communities. Well, let me rephrase that. Not all communities. There's 1,400 municipalities out there that don't have it. So, and then, I mean, as a resident, you also have the right to, petition not to have marijuana on the ballot if you want to. So, I mean, it works both ways, but we need to keep an open mind, and we need to look at the pros and cons, and we need to have a public hearing for all the residents before we move forward. Thank you.
Any further comments from the public? Any further comments from the public? Yes, sir.
Here, there we go. Okay. My name is Mark Abraham. My company is Venco. I know a lot of the people in this audience, and I don't envy the work that you guys are doing. This is the toughest that I know of, subject to talk about. But I do want to just take my little 3.5, 4 minutes to give you very specific numbers. A lot of this discussion tonight wasn't about cannabis, but it was about numbers. And obviously people understand that, we're about to have an election cycle, and the next group of people are going to be, looking at this decision for 4 years. So I've tried to just extend this out, what a very simple little cannabis program would look like if we had this and what it would yield in revenue. Just simple numbers that are not debatable. Number one, if you had just 5 retailers and charged each one of them $5,000, $25,000 a year, for that 4-year term of the next board, that's $100,000, easy math. Keep that moving to the fact that just recently, the state handed out the money for each of these retailers in Macomb County, Centerline being the one that was the biggest one. There was, and I don't know the exact number in Centerline, but if we had 5 here in this town, that number was $53,000 per location back to the city from the state that came out of the excise tax. 5 locations at $53,000 is $265,000 a year. Over your 4-year term, it's $1,060,000, $1,060,000.
if you had grow, whether you're going to or not, I'm just giving you what's typical, and there were 10 people that came, and again, it's unlimited, but I think that you would see 10 people would be very interested, me being one of them, if you did allow it. Those growers, those 10 people, would probably on average need about 5 licenses each for one facility. It's not 50 licenses all over the place. 10 growers, just 5 licenses, okay? So that's 50 licenses at 10 sites, okay? That's 50 total licenses at $5,000 a year is $250,000. Over a 4-year stretch, easy math, another $1 million. A lot of money. Every grower that's going to come here, and I shouldn't say every grower, but most growers, I think my cohorts in this industry would agree, will probably have a processing facility again if it was allowed, That's 10 locations in the same. $5,000 each is easy math. $50,000 again over a 4-year period of time. Another $200,000. These are just licensing fees. And then the $53,000 that was paid back in the excise. We're getting up into some big numbers here already. Then we got to look at the value that a grow adds to a property. I know this unquestionably, and I know some of my other friends in here do too, because I just got my new tax bill from the city of Warren, and it went up by 20 grand in a year. 20 grand. 10 locations, $20,000, $200,000 a year over a 4-year period of time. It's $800,000. These aren't one-off, like it's been pointed out earlier today. These are not one-off. This is the gift that never stops giving. Never. These are licenses that are going to get renewed every year. And only the people that do a good job and make good on the promise to you for allowing them, people like other people in this audience, you could stop at any time. If they don't make it good on what they promise you they're going to do, you can stop giving them a license. It's another thing that hasn't been discussed. Last but not least, if we took the 5 retail licenses, those same 5 retail licenses, and when they build out, they're going to add $10,000 more in value.
Time's up, sir.
Sorry, 50,000. Anyway, sorry about that.
Nope,
Director.
appreciate
It's $3,560,000, and those are numbers that are not debatable over a 4-year period of time. Very accurate numbers.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public? Any further comments from the public? I'll bring it back up to the board. Any comments from the board? Trustee Joseph.
The specific reason that there wasn't a discussion about numbers tonight, you heard some of the speakers. There really is literally reams and reams of data. For every point that's made about pro revenue, there will be a counterpoint, and that is specifically why a discussion in a public hearing is of value. I didn't intend to come in and advocate for cannabis or make a detailed pitch on revenue, and I was really content to hear from whatever anybody in the public had to say until somebody gets up and then starts attacking board members and talking about dark money and buying politicians. And it's disheartening because I spoke to that individual, the concern, which I, on some level, thought I understood his position, but I thought from a land use and the ability to control in any way where and how many licenses come into our township was the goal here. That was really the goal. It wasn't about, I've never been to any fellow board member's house and we had a big cannabis party and we're all, cannabis, reefer junkies. That's not what we do. But if the reality is that it is surrounded us, we were part of the overwhelming majority, thank you, Mr. Warden, we were part of the overwhelming majority of municipalities that I think appropriately opted out in 2018. The licensing process was in such disarray, I don't know that we could have come to a good solution back then. So opting out and evaluating it over the past few years, I thought was a wise move initially. But what you're seeing is exactly what a number of the other speakers said. It's all around us. It is literally all around us and is being delivered into our community for free. Having a discussion about whether or not a regulated, limited, smart cannabis ordinance makes a dent in some of the illegal cannabis that's going on, because we know that's there too. The biggest enemy of lab-tested cannabis is illicit cannabis. And I think one of the speakers talked about numbers that are not arguable. They come from the state of Michigan. There was $1 billion of cannabis-related revenue that was generated in the state. And the estimates from all of the experts say that that's roughly a third of the actual cannabis sales, which means 2/3 of that revenue is illicit cannabis. This initiative looks to try as best we can, and I'm surprised that there would be anything from a business owner of your caliber that would get up and talk the way that you did about this board and the fact that campaign contributions or buying of politicians, given that anybody who runs for office has to raise revenue. Is it your opinion that if you take a campaign contribution, you've been bought? Is that the message coming from you, of all people, in this audience, that campaign contributions are buying people? Because I was at a recent, I'm sorry? Let's just stay with the Open Meetings Act. We all cherish that, so let's just stay there. As we said, it could get a little rough, and that's okay. That's what our attorney told us, and I'm sorry that it's unpleasant, but we have to be diligent servants of the Open Meetings Act. The most recent fundraiser I was at, event, I saw a number of the faces in this crowd who unsolicited, wrote a check to a kid for $2,000 because he knew he needed medical equipment. Mr. Abrams, that got up and speak, works his entire life with veterans. He's found a way that cannabis helps veterans with PTSD. He dedicates his entire life to it. The guy that was maligned with the first whack has been present at I don't know how many events where he's handed every member of this board giant checks. And he was attacked and maligned. And I don't know what you're uncomfortable about down there. I really don't. Because that's what happened. That's what just happened. So all I'm saying to you is that there are very, very, very decent people in this audience. And it wasn't my intention to have a debate about who's good and who's bad. It really wasn't. It was simply to say, let's let our planning commission take a look at this, provide some information, and allow the public hearing to take place. And it will be rough. That wasn't the intent tonight. I didn't come loaded with money issues or personal opinions or my personal history or how I arrived at this. I just simply came with an opportunity, I believe, to limit cannabis. It's a good, in my opinion, defense against what I believe will be a gold rush and a real problem for us with the ballot initiative. And ultimately, it invites the public in. That's really what we're voting on. Do you want to hear from the public in a full-throated way about this very important issue? Or do you just simply, inject personal opinion and I don't like cannabis, so it's a no? I think the answer is clear. We have an obligation to hear from the public in a proper format. That's a public hearing. And we don't need to malign fellow business owners in our advocacy for our position. That should be a basic rule walking in the debate. But if Open Meetings Act permits us to talk about dark money and malign people, then okay. But let's not get upset if there's a rebuttal. Let's be consistent all the way through. Thank you.
Clerk Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Again, I think that the conversation has gone in a number of directions here, but I think really if we focus on what's in front of us, in my mind, this is what this is to me, this item, and why I support the item. Again, this is our process for evaluating legislation on anything. Whether this issue or any other issue that comes before us, we have a process that we follow when we're evaluating potential legislation. We took the appropriate course of action to evaluate the regulatory ordinance, and Attorney Siebert has advised us of the proper course of action that this board needs to take in a planned community in order to evaluate a zoning ordinance. And I feel that we would be derelict in our duty if we did not follow the proper procedure as set forth by our attorney in order to evaluate this particular piece of legislation without what do they say, Mr. Siebert, without passion or prejudice, either way, simply following our process to have this evaluated. And then, after our planning commission has done what they are in fact tasked to do, and that is to deliver a recommendation to us. It is at that time, then, we will have the conversation, which kind of began this evening, where we will begin evaluating that, and then we can have that discussion. But as far as whether or not it goes to planning, for me, there is really not an option for a no vote here, because that is the process with which we have to follow in order to evaluate this, as we are charged to do in our capacity here on the board. So that concludes my comments on that, Mr. Supervisor. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Barry. Any further comments from the board? Trustee Anderson.
This will probably tie into my board comments at the end of the night here, if we ever get there. Was selected by the former supervisor along with Trustee Joseph and Clerk Barry to be on a cannabis committee here a couple years ago. I believe we met about well over a year, once a month. Most of the people in the audience here have met you. We've probably had opportunities to talk. I have my own feelings about this subject. You know, I look at cannabis with a few exceptions. I look at cannabis as an emotional issue with an economic core. Simple as that. I'm kind of included by a couple of my partners tonight, you know, in the discussion, and I'm the process at hand that we're debating right now, we're talking about now. This is not an endorsement on cannabis. This is not a vote for or against. This is strictly coming up with an ordinance, forwarding it to our planning commission, going through the process that's been beat to death tonight by several speakers. The results will come back, hopefully after much public input there too. It'll come back to this board. In the board, there's 4 votes here, minimum, will decide the future. And if need be, it'll go into a referendum and the public will decide it. I don't consider myself endorsing it, but I believe in the process. And I think we're at a point now, let's move on with this. One last thing, Mr. Kadich, I do appreciate that. I don't know how suddenly the North Lagoons became Monarch Meadows. Looks like a mud flat to me, but if the fates go a certain way, that might be an interesting location to put a facility there. I don't know what effect it'll have on the participants as the F-35s eventually fly over. But anyhow, strike that remark. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? Seeing no comments from the board, I have a motion. Treasurer Elliott, please.
So after listening to everybody, some of the things that stood out to me is the greatest degree of public involvement, in my opinion, is, as one speaker talked about, sending it to the ballot initiative, as this board was tasked in December of 2021. This room was full of people who asked for that specific. They asked for a ballot initiative, and that is, I believe, coming from that Macomb Cannabis Alliance. That was their response. By kicking this down the curb, by putting this on, that April 2nd date may come and go, and then a lot of the folks who were here tonight can't put that on the ballot initiative. So for me, I'm just going to continue to vote no on this and say, put it on the ballot, let the people talk. I came here and I believe in the public. I believe that there was 2 young women that were here with their little people, and they were coming to ask for it to be put on the ballot because they, like many others, have said and expressed in this community over and over that they want to have a voice on this big decision. Thank you.
Thank you. I apologize. It wasn't that I wasn't recognizing you. You're looking for the red light. Thanks, Treasurer Elliott. Any further comments from the board? Seeing no comments from the board, I have a motion by Trustee Joseph, supported by Clerk Barry, to approve item 8F. Clerk Barry.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Clerk Barry, aye. Supervisor Kersten.
No.
Treasurer Elliott.
No.
Trustee DeMink.
No.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
No.
Item 9, public hearings. There is no public hearing scheduled. Item 10, addendums. There is an addendum item tonight. Item 10A. Item 10A, I'm sorry.
Thank you. I have it.
It's
Thank you. Item 10A is to approve a request by Dean Johnson to obtain the State of Michigan approval for a charitable gaming license for 80s Part 4A, or 80s Party for a Purpose by adopting Resolution Number 2022-11.
Support.
Motion by trustee Joseph, supported by trustee Vosberg to approve item 10A. Clerk Bear, do you want to address this, or?
Thank you, I'll address this. This came in at a last-minute add-on because the petitioner realized that he needed the resolution by this board for his event that I believe is scheduled for June the 4th. Given the timing of this, the clerk's department was able to secure all of the background that we could, including the charitable, or the charitable gaming distinction from the state of Michigan, the 501c3 endorsement from the state as well as the IRS, as well as confirming the petitioner's identity. However, we were not able to confirm or validate all of the information given to us. I just want to make that clear. We were not able to confirm this with the appropriate government agencies, but we did accept all of the information that the petitioner provided, and we did verify his identity for going forward.
Comments from the board?
Thank you. Just wanted to say thanks, Clerk Berry, for trying to help this. Sometimes these charitable organizations are doing everything they can just to, kind of put their mission forward, and some of the paperwork that's required with the state, all of a sudden at the last minute you realize, I got to get the local municipality to greenlight this before I can get, and it's a difficult thing for some of these nonprofits, so extending a little extra help and expediting this and adding it to the agenda, I think is, I'm sure, appreciated by the petitioner, and having been involved with a number of, small organizations and 501s and dealing with this myself, it's tough, and I appreciate you helping them out.
Any further comments from the board? Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you. I also want to thank the 80s Party for a Purpose. They've been doing parties for a long time, raising a lot of money for other nonprofit groups, so thank you. But a question to Clerk Berry. Did I understand you to say that some of this you were able to, or what haven't you been able to clarify, or should it be?
We were able to collect all of the information from him, but we were not able to make the calls to verify it with the IRS or the state of Michigan. But it looks like it's all in order to me. But I just wanted to be clear, normally when we receive this information, whether it's for a liquor license or a charitable gaming license or any other licensing, all of the material that we present to the board, we have already confirmed or vetted by contacting the appropriate agencies. We did not have the ability to do that with this, but it looks to be all in order to us. I just wanted the board to be clear that we did not go through our regular process of confirming before it's presented.
All right, do you have a special channel you can go through to confirm that doesn't take a long time?
It's simply a call to the state of Michigan and then checking with the IRS
You can
website.
check with the, that 990 website.
Right,
So that
to
can be
confirm.
done fairly easily. And
Yeah.
then the state of Michigan as well, a phone
Yes.
call?
Correct.
All right, can we, would you feel better if we pass this contingent upon you finding that approval?
I
mean,
think
not approval, but,
as the maker of the motion, I would amend my motion to allow the clerk the necessary time to confirm the information you're talking about, and would ask for continued support. So I'm sorry, to make the approval contingent upon the clerk's ability to corroborate the information, and would ask for continued support.
If I can interject, there was some late day activity on this, that they were doing some diligent work to try and get that, and I think they were almost there, so just point of information.
Right, so
We've been
and
working
I
on
will
it.
support that.
Yep.
I'll support that amendment, or the renewed motion, because, based on the fact that it won't take long, and I would like us to continue always approving these, knowing full well that they have been fully vetted. Thank you.
Pending clerk receiving all necessary documents.
We've received them, it's just a matter of confirmation, yeah. I don't see any reason why that shouldn't be able to occur the next business day.
Further comments? There's a petitioner here. If you'd like to step forward to the, state your name and please make.
Yes.
First of all, I'd like to thank all you guys for doing this at the last minute for us. It is June 4th, and we have 8 charities that we're doing this for this year, because it's our 10th year anniversary, and we had no clue that we had to fill this thing out. So thank you so much for doing this for us. I'm Dean Johnson, by the way.
Thank you very much, sir. Any further comments from the public? Please, sir. I'll give you time.
My turn.
My name is Ray Lohman. I live at 49540 Ishpeming Drive, Chesterfield, and I moved here in 2004. I right away became a president of one of the 3 condos in
Can I interrupt you just for a
Lottie
minute?
View, Riverside.
Can I interrupt you just, is this,
Sure.
is your comments related to the gaming issue that we're discussing here?
No.
Can I ask you just to hold on for
Okay.
2 minutes?
I thought you called me up.
Are there, you can stay right there.
Okay.
Are there any comments, public comments on item 10A from the public? Seeing none, I'll bring it back up to the board. Clerk Barry, would you please call roll? I have a motion by trustee Joseph, supported by trustee Vosberg, to approve item 10A. Clerk Barry.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you. Appreciate
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
it. Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Barry, aye.
Item 11, public comments.
Now we got it. Anyhow, I was, when I came in to Chesterfield, I was the only one on the subdivision block. And right away, everybody moved in, pointed me out as president. And I stay currently president for 13 years. Now, there's three of us over there. The Banks is where I live, and it's a 17 single-family homes on Ishpeming and Mackinac Court. Now, we only have 1 empty lot left, and we got 2 homes being built. It's called a condo site. Now, the other ones is the Woods, and that has 74 2-family condo units on Ausalbo Drive. And if anybody drove in there, you'd see what a mess the street is. It's breaking up. Now, the Landings is another one. Now, the same gentleman built all 3 streets. And I'm going to use his name, Jeff Niemeta. And he had the Curtis brothers do the excavating. And I, first of all, got introduced to 2 sewers falling in, and I had to repair them. And what we found out in repairing them, that the streets were not, underneath there's no sand, no gravel. The cement sits right on clay. And what happens? My street is in good shape because I have a friend that has a concrete company. He did some other
21 Mile Road, he does big jobs. And he told me that when you put salt on that street, it melts in the winter, melts in the winter, goes down under the cement, and the clay doesn't give, but the cement does. And so why we got a mess street, I run down here with another president to find out who signed or looked at it as a inspector. There was nobody from this township. Nobody looked, and it must be in some archive somewhere. I don't know. But it was done in right around from 1999 to 2002. That cement was put in. And I don't know what kind of politics was played, but all I know is no inspector. But when I moved in my house, there was an inspector right there to tell me I had a pipe in my basement that was 6 inches off the wall. And he made the builder, pull it closer to the wall, and it took the inspectors to look at that 5 weeks to come out to look at it. Because the builder that built my house was named Adams. So we had a little controversy here. And I don't know if you people know, but Niametti did all that project but 3 homes. And Adams got the heck out of there because he found out about the streets. I didn't know about the streets. Now the landings have put in 3/4 of their cement, brand new. It cost them $220,000. And all the people in there have to pay for that because it's a private street. And you've got Asabo, that's going to have to be done eventually, and that's going to cost those people that live there a lot of money because someone didn't do their job from here. I don't think it's fair. I know it's a private street, and it's 18 years ago, but it wasn't fair. I'd like to find someone that will look into the history and find out who this gentleman was that didn't do his job. All that had to be said is there's no sand, no gravel. In other words, you can't build a street without that. It's called drain. So that's all I got to say. I don't know where I'm going from here, but.
Sir, I'm going to have somebody reach out to you first thing tomorrow morning.
Thank you. Thank you. I'll leave my number.
We're going to get it from you before you leave. You don't think we're letting you out of here that easy.
Oh, okay. Name's Ray Lohman, Lohmann. 586-242-5199. Okay, and thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Any more comments from the public?
Good evening. I'm Sarah Arena, 53058, Real Creek. Been a 25-year resident of Chesterfield, and I'm on the Parks and Rec Commission, and I just wanted to get up here and vocalize my support for the potential lease of the Sugarbush School, and just kind of share a little bit, just really briefly. I am a professor in physical therapy and also work as a home health care physical therapist, and that's part of health, and that's one thing that we do. But there's this other part of health called our social determinants of health, and it's the built community that we live in and keeping us well. And it's really our community's responsibility and our councils and municipalities' responsibility to help support those pieces of our health as a community. And so I really want a favorable vote as we move into the potential to lease. I know in the next few weeks here we'll be thinking about that, and I just wanted to make sure I vocalize that, so thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I believe it's on the 24th agenda. Any further comments from the public?
Paul LaFata, 48055 Malin. Seems like the outsiders of Chesterfield Township been pretty busy. Six Rivers Conservatory and Selfridge Air National Guard Community Council sponsored a luncheon. They've already named the North Lagoons Chesterfield Township Monarch Meadows Preserve. Preserving the nature of Chesterfield Township and the future operation of Selfridge. So I think Six Rivers is really confused. I don't think they're really trying to attract monarch butterflies. I think what they're trying to do is satisfy a requirement to base a foreign training program at Selfridge for F-35s, a foreign trainer program. Nothing in it for Chesterfield Township, which also leads into the sale of some other properties that the base needs to satisfy their crash and APZ zones and noise abatement zones, which is the youth center, which drives the reasoning for leasing Sugarbush School, which is a poor reason also. What we're doing is we're satisfying requirements for outsiders to take over Chesterfield and make it a less welcome place for its own residents. We're going to take away the quality of life. We're going to sacrifice the property values in the homes, and it's for the outsiders, because somebody keeps saying about all of this money that's going to come in to the region, and there's never a defined amount, but everybody seems to be in a rush to satisfy the requirements, and they don't realize what they're doing to their own residents. They really don't. And don't say that Selfridge has been here before the residents, because what really the difference is the F-35 is an entirely new breed of aircraft, different than A-10s, different than F-16s. The noise levels 5 times that of an F-16, not the same. What's happening for an F-35 is the encroachment zones are increasing immensely, and they're going to drive people out of their homes, because along with the lagoons, if you look in the flowery, colorful picture that they presented at this luncheon, you're going to see there's homes there also, right next to the lagoons. And our board is playing right into their wants. You're going to satisfy outsider wants, and you're going to sacrifice the residents. You're going to sacrifice the quality of life. Because don't tell me what 20 years was and now. The F-35 is driving a whole new requirement for crash and clear zones. And the residents are the ones that are going to be hurting. It's not going to be Warren, it's not going to be Mount Clemens, it's not going to be Sterling Heights. It's going to be Chesterfield Township. There's nothing in it for us. It's all downside. And like I said, don't tell me what it was like 20 years ago, because 20 years ago, what they have is satisfactory. They don't need to grow the runways. They don't need to create more impervious surfaces. They don't need the North Lagoons for what they have right now. They don't need to push people out of their homes. And it's just like the hearing that we had for the sale of the North Lagoons. Nobody ever gets to speak longer than 3 minutes, which is a detriment in itself, because all you're doing is you're doing the work for outsiders. Because if you really look at it, what the benefits are, there are none. There are none. It's not for the red, white, and blue. It's not for patriotism. It's for a foreign training Michigan. It's all about money. And that's sad when our township board's willing to sell off property because it's all about money and sacrifice the residents' quality of life.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
I'd just like to echo what Paul LaFata just said. All the while this issue's been on the table, Basically, there's 3 of us, 4 of us, maybe more, that understands what's really going on at Selfridge and why it's happening. Offered you the opportunity. I brought in material to show what happened in Burlington, Vermont, when they brought the F-35s in. It's devastating. And if anybody looked at the material I brought in, you'd find out. There's nothing to be gained in doing that. The only thing you can get out of this, it's going to happen. I don't think we're going to stop it. But you can make an effort to put forward to make some of what they want to do right. One of the things I complained about is the fact that they still do not control the PFAS coming out of that base into the Clinton River. Now, I basically had to find out who was in charge of, from Eagle that's supposed to be working with them to do that. It took a while. They took it off the list. There's a list that the Eagle puts out of all the PFAS places in Michigan. Selfridge was no longer on there. It's not improved, but for some reason or other, they don't do it. When I talked to the guy from Eagle, essentially all he was saying, well, doing what they can, they inherited that. Like that's supposed to be an excuse that they can't really do anything. I pointed out to him that, you know, it's still going into the river. He asked me, he says, do you live in Mount Clemens? And I says, no. He says, well, you don't have to worry about the water then. And I said, do you realize where this water goes? Goes into Lake St. Clair, goes down to the Detroit River. They pull water out of the Detroit River to supply the whole southeast Michigan. Somebody's got to, everybody in this state, to make this happen. And you guys are just sitting here letting it go by. You can't stop it, but you sure as hell can make enough of a noise to make the things that happen should happen. If you'd have just looked at Paul tried to get you to list their study, continuation study, put it on the board. There's about a half a dozen items on there that affect you. You have an opportunity by just saying no to this sale or the lease of the lagoon to say, we won't discuss this unless you tell us what's going on in these other areas, the PFAS. What's going to happen with, you know, all the areas that are involved because of the noise, the crash areas. There's a lot of things that, like I say, you're not going to stop it. They may not get the F-35s now, but they're bearing for it. They're going to get them in 4 or 5 years. But as long as you sit there and say, okay, we're going to do this for you, you're just walking away from your job and an opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further comments from the public?
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. Appointed Supervisor Kersten. I'm going to remind you that you're in charge of day-to-day operations. You have a facilities and operations employee named Josh Sonnenberg that takes home a township vehicle, I've been told every night, and that's against our policy. So I would appreciate if you have a sit-down with him and make sure that that vehicle stays on property, because as a resident and a taxpayer, the liability falls on us if something happens while he's in that vehicle with him, his family, off hours. Supervisor Kersten, again, you continue to violate Township Board rules. At the last Township Board meeting, you combined 2 meetings into one to fit your vacation schedule, and I was okay with that. And at the end of the board meeting, when you combine 2 meetings, you either have to have board comments at the end of the first meeting, or you combine them, and it should be a 10-minute board comment. You didn't follow that procedure. Again, I know the truth hurts Supervisor Kersten. The truth now becomes a tax. You're entitled to your opinion. And yes, we do have a budget operating deficit of $4 million and counting. So that's indisputable. It's your budget. You know. I'm not lying. The numbers, people lie, numbers don't lie. The other question I have is, I've gotten a couple of emails from individuals that are residents in Chesterfield here. How did the treasurer get to hire an assistant treasurer position? That position doesn't even exist. So again, as you know, in charge of day-to-day operations, how do we let this slide and get by? And as far as kicking the can down the road, the last supervisor, as much as I disagreed with him, yes, he's responsible for a lot, but he also had 4 other accomplices to go along with him. So we can't put all the blame on just the supervisor. Clerk Barry, I'm really glad to see you in the room tonight. We missed you at the last meeting. It's not you've missed other meetings, so I'll give you an update at the next meeting on the ones that you've missed. As far as blaming the Secretary of State for your incompetence, that's a stretch. I mean, you pulled that one out. You can't even admit when you mess up, and you don't have someone else to blame but yourself. You got to look in the mirror. You got to do a checkup from the neck up every morning. Working a couple hours a month doesn't cut it. It's shameful, unethical, and to me, it is stealing from the residents. Simple, plain and simple. Your webpage that I complain about every month at $400 a day, at $400 a month, at $13 a day, the residents, that's taxpayers' money that we use. I don't see a benefit to it. You say you have it up there to inform the residents on what's going on in Chesterfield? Well, I didn't see anything up there on a deadline if you wanted to run for supervisor. There was nothing up there. I didn't see anything up there that I'm running for supervisor, Paul Lafata's running for supervisor, Joe Kadich is running for supervisor, Michelle Michelle Fitch is running for supervisor. I didn't see any of that. So how do you keep the residents informed? You talked about an election tonight, and when you mentioned the election, you couldn't even mention that it was a supervisor's race in this township. So I don't see it beneficial. And again, if you look at the number of people following you, you don't have much followers. And to put a quote of the day to start your Monday off, God, if you only followed your own quotes of the day, it would be amazing. Treasurer Elliott, I got a question, and it doesn't come from me. It comes from a resident here in Chesterfield that emailed me, and she wanted to know how many bounce checks did the township bounce, because you never answered my question. And in the last 3 weeks since we've had a meeting, have any other checks bounced, and have we rectified that problem? Again, we have got to get our house in order, so. And running at a negative annual budget deficit doesn't cut it. I mean, selling property is only going to fill the gap so
Time's up,
much.
sir.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public?
Hi, Corton, 50393, Bauer. A few things just wanted to say tonight. In regards to discussions heard tonight, as well as in every meeting, I try to limit myself to only saying anything at the ending, because it's important to learn from other people when they speak, learn from different issues, see what everyone is discussing before making an opinion or making voice heard on such issues, because oftentimes people say things they end up regretting later on, or they don't know all the information beforehand when they say something, and oftentimes it makes them look incompetent or not really knowing what they're talking about. And so this is very important to spend more time listening rather than talking. That being said, a few things wanted to address. From, I guess the last meeting that was held here was on a Wednesday night, and I had to miss that for a class. So one thing from that meeting, I did watch, Mr. Supervisor, you said something to Mr. Kadich about an idea that he had, and I felt it was kind of a little rude the way it came about. I didn't agree with the idea, and I do agree fully with the plan to lease Sugarbush or the total commitment to that. However, I think dismissing people outright in such a manner is not the right way to conduct business. The other thing I wanted to address was, Mr. Joseph, you brought up Mr. Fox's candidacy out of nowhere tonight, and I felt that that was way out of line in this meeting. There was nothing to do with the township, nothing to do with Mr. Fox's being here. It was not necessary at all. And honestly, I don't even know if that's something, I have to ask the attorney if that was even legal to do and during a public meeting. Aside from that, I think that it's something we see, especially now with people focusing on their elections. We have so many people in just this race in 2022 for multiple positions within the township or county or state government running, are residents of this township that are going to be duking out with each other, and that's understandable because that's just the way politics are in the year 2022 in America. But it's important to understand the necessity of dissent, of disagreement, and that we do have differing opinions. That doesn't mean we have to attack each other in personal attitudes, but rather understand what is the function of what we're doing in the realm of government. And also within our realm of government, we also have to figure out what the prioritization is within that government. And it feels like every time I'm at these meetings, it's always the same half a dozen topics that keep on getting kicked down to the next meeting, whether it be Selfridge's purchases of Six Rivers, or whether it be the Cannabis Committee, or whether it be some purchase done by the township that constantly keeps getting delayed or pushed off to another meeting. And we constantly bicker about these things. And it's no wonder why people aren't ever coming to these meetings or leaving early whenever there's anything here tonight. I mean, we're, what, a fifth of what we were at the beginning of the meeting 3 hours ago? Aside from that, back to what I was saying about prioritization of government, figure out what the priorities are for this township government, whether or not things can be kicked up to the county, state, or federal government, and anything else can be left to the citizens banding together. I can say without a doubt that within my neighborhood, I'm constantly cleaning it up almost every day, as well as now I've decided every week to try and see what I can do for filling the spalls within the concrete road because they're constantly breaking up and the road is a mess. It's difficult, but it's better than doing nothing because I don't like to feel helpless. I want to try and help people. And honestly, I think that we need to start figuring out what are the core responsibilities of this township government and commit to that. Lastly, I'll say about that would be, I feel like our public safety department is more or less just a police department. There's no real commitment from the township to focus on a total public safety department and have more of an embracement within fire protection. Aside from all that, last thing I will say is a couple days ago was Mother's Day, and a very late happy Mother's Day to all the mothers in the township.
Thank you, sir.
And thank you.
Time's up. Any further comments from the public? Any more comments from the public? Bring it back up to the board. Trustee Anderson.
Thank you, sir. I just want to mention that this Saturday, May 14th, between 12 noon and 3 p.m., there'll be an open house at the Chesterfield Township Police Department, contingent with the Friends of Chesterfield Township Police Department. That's on Continental, south of 21 Mile Road. There will be the Justin Mello Kid photo ID demonstrations, tow trucks, fire trucks, choppers, food demonstrations, and a lot of activities. So again, that's between 12 noon and 3 p.m. This Saturday. Thank you.
Trustee Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Just to piggyback on the open house, the Friends of Chesterfield Police will be out there with all of their merchandise and T-shirts and sweatshirts and all the other things. Dylan Riker, our buddy, badge 55, will be with me serving up snow cones all day. and really looking forward to it. It's a great event, and we get tremendous turnout. I'd like to address some of the speakers, as I try to do. I didn't catch the name. I think Ms. Rena, her comments regarding her advocacy of the Parks and Rec building, and I think there's a general consensus on the board about the need for more space, and certainly you know, to offer some of the programming that we would like to offer needs to match the physical environment. The difficulty that comes up is, I'm sure, you know, you sat through the whole meeting, and by the way, thank you for that. You heard a number of discussions, areas. I think one of the first presentations was on a $5 million expenditure. We have other things that I don't know how we're going to pay for. You know, just quite frankly, I don't know how we're going to pay for, and I would actually be a very strong advocate for something that I heard from Trustee Anderson, which is to go to the residents and ask them, you know, what is the park? What do the parks, mean to you? And would you be willing to designate a certain amount of revenue for parks specifically? Because trying to make those expenditures out of the general fund is growing increasingly difficult. And we have a number of projects on tap. I'm not sure that we'll have funding for those either, but they certainly will be discussed soon. And these are multi-million-dollar projects. So I'm glad that you're here, and I appreciate you coming and sharing your comments and feelings about the need for more space. The comments from Treasurer LaFata and previous Treasurer LaFata and Mr. Kadich, I can summarize kind of together. If you recall, General Monmouth was here several months ago. He gave a presentation. I asked him a few questions about PFAS contamination, and my big concern as it relates to that has to do with my research with PFAS and the not just likelihood, but certainty if PFAS contaminated soil is disturbed in a construction process, what that runoff looks like. And I asked a couple of questions. He answered somewhat. And I was contacted by an environmental group out of Ann Arbor who watched the meeting, and this local media picked up the story and ran with a comment about PFAS. And they called and asked, and long story short, there are a number of environmental groups who are very concerned about Selfridge, particularly the PFAS, and the likelihood of what new construction does potentially to runoff. I won't bore everybody with a PFAS review. I'll simply say that I was put in contact and I participated, and if you, Mr. Kadich, or anybody who's interested, I'd be happy to forward along an email invitation. Another Zoom meeting will take place. The PFAS Great Lakes Water Group is meeting again tomorrow. They've designated a special, I guess, breakout room for PFAS as it relates to Department of Defense issues. This group, very interested, and they have expressed some interest in coming down to the township and hosting a PFAS town hall meeting. I'm interested in that, and I would like to know more from some of these experts in the PFAS world. One of the interesting things from this group had to do with the Wordsmith Air Force Base and the tragedy that occurred there as it relates to PFAS. One of the members of this ecology group shared with me their opinion and their documented history of difficulties in getting environmental reports from the Department of Defense. This particular group had a Pulitzer Prize-winning author and director and reporter that produced a movie called No Defense, the United States Government's War on Water. In that, she documented environmental reports similar to those that Mr. Kadich is referencing. And if anybody who digs deep into this will know, Selfridge is one of the 205 designated sites in the state of Michigan, and there is supposed to be updated environmental reports on the Eagle website. And I can direct you there. If you have a few hours and you want to spend, you will see that that information has not been updated in over 2 years. So there is a growing concern among the members of this group regarding PFAS and whether or not additional construction consistent with some of the things we've heard regarding the base expansion, what that does as it relates to it being so close to the Clinton River and, of course, the Great Lakes. So stay tuned, and if you're interested, I will forward you the links. You can begin to engage with these groups as well. And again, the attorney that actually was successful in suing the United States government for environmental reports has agreed and would be interested in coming down and participating in an expert panel for a town hall to answer any questions that individuals might have about how to secure environmental studies and updated reports as it relates to PFAS. So I'm sorry, Mr. Kadich, sorry, Mr. LaFata. I recognize that I too have been asking for town halls. I've sent letters to the environmental director at the base, and I think perhaps if we bring in our own panel of experts with regard to PFAS and invite members of the base or the county or whoever else would like to participate, we can inform our residents that way. And you know, again, feel free to engage with me, and I'm happy to send you the link. Mr. Speaker's comments, I don't really know what to say there. It was an unusual situation in terms of how long that meeting went and then the adjournment and the continuation. But I do believe that the meeting was consistent with the Open Meetings Act and something that Mr. Siebert weighed in on. He provided direction to the clerk's office on how to basically continue that meeting with the addendum, which would have been items on the following agenda. And I'm sorry to Mr. Wharton, who wasn't accustomed to a meeting being on Wednesday and missed that meeting. And I would like to say to him that I always appreciate his presentation. It's polite, it's constructive, and I try my best to answer him in the same way that he asked me. His concern specific as to me regarding the legality, I would just point out that my admiration for Mr. Fox and the way that he conducts himself in this campaign is admirable and something that I was impressed with. And if you are keeping score, you will know that his opponent was here, and she is somebody who I also have deep admiration for, and she announced during that presentation, it was advised that she too is a candidate for that current position. There was no endorsement or no, hey, vote for so-and-so. It was simply an acknowledgement that we have two excellent candidates and two that I admire very deeply, and they're conducting themselves atypical to Macomb County politics from my vantage point, and that is with mutual respect for one another. So that was the attempt to acknowledge it. It was heartfelt, and he's a great guy, and his opponent is a phenomenal judge and a very classy lady. And I'm happy that both of them took time to come to Chesterfield and let us know what they're doing. Lastly, as it relates to the cannabis, I appreciate the discussion. We probably could have gone a lot longer, maybe not with you, Trustee Demink, because I don't know there's much I could say to you or you to me. We have both, you know, kind of arrived at our positions. As I said in the debate, I respect that. There have been consistent no's. This is my feeling, and this is why. I can disagree with that, but I have to respect that. It is just simply that. There was no full-throated attempt to inject money or endorse, and the debate, it took me aback a bit. I take no offense and I hold no grudges. I still believe that the Viviano flowers is the superior product, and Grandma will continue to get those. I remain a loyal customer there. I take no issue with, you know, again, a comment that I immediately reacted to as, you know, very offensive in that it, not not the comment about buying politicians, but the, well, I don't want to debate it, but I just felt that it was a little bit rough on some of the people that I've come to know as being sincerely generous with their time and their energy. And I just don't know them the way that you know them. And that's, I guess, the only thing that I'm trying to say. And the attempt again tonight was my effort to try to curb what I believe will be a problem for us. I hope that it's not. And I hope that individuals who voted tonight are mindful of what the consequences are and what they're prepared to do when what I predict will happen happens. And I'll do my best, if I'm still on this board, to try to work through that. But I think we're in for some real difficulties. And no disrespect to this township in comparison to Clinton Township, but there's some very dramatic differences among those communities. And I don't think the same outcome will occur. I really don't. And I base that principally on, I know the architect of the no to cannabis movement. I know the family, I know the machine, I know the expertise, and that's lacking here. There is no organization like the one that you belong to be the anti-cannabis voice. I don't think they will make the same mistakes that they made in Clinton Township. I don't believe they will look to put a dispensary across the street from a family parish. I don't think that they will make those mistakes, but I do think they will be here, and they left the meeting, and you saw them convene, and part of that frustration, I think, comes from ambivalence. They were told one thing, and they got a different thing. That's, I think, the bulk of the problem. And if you're consistent and you declare your position, that's just the only way I know to go. And when you called me and asked me about my position, I told you then, I'm telling you now, I think preventing a ballot initiative was the goal, and that's what I was trying to do. Ultimately, it will go to the residents, and they will decide, and then we will do what we can to navigate that. I was really hopeful that the meeting would end the way it started, with some great presentations from our Rotary Club as well as the Friends of Chesterfield Police. But I just wanted to close by saying that I'm truly thankful for those organizations and all the great work that they do in our township. Thank you.
Thank you, Trustee Joseph. Trustee Deming.
Start with thanks to the Rotary Club for the donation. Wendy Jones, Linda Hartman, Kathy Vosberg, everybody's part of Rotary. It was great. Those plaque boards will look great over at the Salt River Nature Center, pointing a lot of things out, so thank you. David, thank you to your friends in Chesterfield for the awarding it to Marco Pizzas. I know you're very fond of that establishment, and they do a lot for donations for Friends Chesterfield. In regards to the cannabis, David, you said it right. You knew where I stood from day one, and I still stand there, and that's why I voted the way I did. I've got the people who've called me and have been against it. Mr. Viviano, in fact, got a hold of me back in January when I was down at my condo in Florida, and I spoke with you. And you expressed your opinion, and I told you where I was at, and I stayed there. What's interesting how this goes, and the individuals out there, and I recognize quite a few of them from being in the business. But when all this got wound up, they have their reasons. But there was a comment made by an individual, and he was out here today, and it was said to someone else, and it got back to me. And basically, they said this would go a lot better if the mink wasn't on that board. Basically, that I was dead. So if that's what they want to play, it came to me through a third party who I know is very good. I'm not going to say who it is, but you know what? I stand where I speak. I've been up here 18 years. I got 2 years and 5 months to go, and I'm going to keep doing what I'm doing. That's what the people tell me they want to hear, and I take their opinions, and then I interject what I know in my career. Like Mr. Joseph, you're in juvenile law, drug courts, everything else. You've had your career with that. you know where you're at, I understand your position, and you understand mine and my position. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Vosper.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. We started out the evening with presentations from community groups that make a difference in our community, work very hard to make a difference, and I appreciate that. And I appreciate the efforts of other boards and commissions, Parks and Rec, for example, do a lot of work and make a lot of decisions to help improve our community and the quality of life here. I appreciate that as well. The rest of the meeting is the stuff that when we ran for office and got elected, knew what we're getting into, and some decisions are relatively easy, some are very businesslike, you just have to do it, and then others are a little bit tougher, but we were elected to represent the voters, and I do believe that my vote represents at least the people that talk to me. I represented them, and if it does come to a ballot initiative, that's fine too. I welcome that as well, because then we will hear from the residents, from actually the citizens that live in Chesterfield. Thank you.
Treasurer Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I would like to thank both of the Parks and Recs commissioners that are here, and for the time that you volunteer, the things that you do, and for your vision, and for the commitment. We've had some lengthy discussion. Actually, Trustee Joseph and I had a good discussion about that school lease, and that is coming up in a couple of weeks. During that discussion, one thing that we did end up saying at the end of that discussion that you and I had, Trustee Joseph, was about respectful disagreement. And so today, when I shook my head no at you, it was kind of that reminder of, although maybe you don't agree with what the speaker said, I just look to you to say, you know, this is about that respectful disagreement, and don't react. So it was just really kind of a friendly shaking my head no at you. Let's not do that. Let's stay focused on the topic, and I think Mr. Wharton had spoken about, we continually bring up the same thing over and over and over again. It's not that this board continually brings up the same thing over and over and over again. Our agenda items are based on the township business. A lot of times the arguments that are made are exact same arguments. Sometimes, as we saw today, some of the arguments change depending on the topic. That there's regular speakers that come up at every board meeting, and they have certain agendas themselves, and they will change their arguments based on that. And we'll see some of the inconsistency in the argument that I noticed was the one about the North Lagoons. I find it interesting that we wouldn't take a federal, those folks had said they didn't want us to take federal grant money, legal federal grant money, but at the other end of it, something that's federally illegal, they were all supporting taking that money. So I think that, I don't think it's about the North Lagoons, and I don't think it's about that agenda item. I think those gentlemen who talk about that are have issues with what they've talked about over and over, which is the F-35's PFAS. And so when you're making your arguments, just stay true to yourself and stay true to those points, not trying to spin it based on the agenda item. As far as the speaker who continually asks about the assistant treasurer position, this will be the third time I've responded, and also the HR director has responded that was an agreement between the HR director and the union on a change of the title. And as I explained to this board and also to that speaker, I believe it was the last meeting, that the previous title is not recognized by the certification organizations for Michigan municipal treasurers. Myself and the assistant treasurer completed that training, the first year of that training this past week. And she would not be able to participate in that training under the previous title because it was called coordinator. It would only applies to treasurers, deputy treasurers, and assistant treasurers. The supervisor here, the Supervisor Kersten is here every day, has been doing a great job at running the township, navigating through a lot of different issues, and so the continual criticism of him is politically charged from folks, the 4 individuals who are also running for supervisor position this year. So I think we have to see that for what it is. The DPW department couldn't be used for kids. That's not realistic. That would be a conflict, not in the way that a school can. And I want to say that having kids and raising my kids here and still having minor children in my home, one of the greatest things and one of the coolest things that we've done is participate in the open house. My son has participated in the Junior Law Enforcement Academy, and so has my daughter, and they had a great time. We, I believe, still have a few more weeks to sign up for the Junior Law Enforcement Academy. I would highly recommend it. Kids had a great time, learned a lot, have a lot of respect for the police officers that they've met and built relationships with, and actually built relationships with Supervisor Kersten and developed a lot of respect for him when he was the Director of Public Safety. And that was the reason, one of the main reasons that the Friends of Chesterfield Police had started was just talking about having those positive outreach relationships. And I do want to thank Trustee Joseph for his continued commitment to that organization. And it was great to see how they honored Marco's Pizza, who does wonderful things in this community all the time. And I appreciate the work of the Rotary. Do you guys sing songs? A lot of the Rotary sing songs, and it's a great organization, and I appreciate the work that they've done, and I look forward to taking a walk out at the Salt River Nature Center and reading the signs. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I wasn't going to make a comment, and I'm going to keep it brief because I am now. A lot of people think cannabis lost tonight. It didn't. You know what lost? Good governance lost tonight. I was very disappointed in our willingness and readiness to disregard the evaluation, the honest evaluation of public policy because we are afraid of it or we don't like it. I was disappointed that I know votes were taken contrary to personal opinions and beliefs. Yeah, I support it, but I'm going to vote no. I'm going to vote against the process. I don't care if you support cannabis, you don't support cannabis. I don't care if you support Parks and Rec or you don't support Parks and Rec. I have my opinions on both of those things. But what we denied the public tonight, we denied you the opportunity to have a public hearing. We denied you the opportunity, regardless of which side of the issue of this particular issue you fall on, we denied you the right and the ability to have your voices heard. That was wrong of us. I was only one vote, but that was wrong of us to do that. It was wrong of us to deny our planning commission, who are residents in this community, stakeholders in this community, just like all of us. We denied them the ability to evaluate this and give their recommendation. So when and if we are faced with the reality of dealing with this particular issue, as unsavory as it may be in some cases, we've denied and taken out of the governing process a very important part of that. We took out public comment, we took out public input, we took out our planning commission because we don't like it. There's a particular entity that I could see coming to our township that I would be very opposed to. but I would not deny them access to the process. We denied the public access to the process. We denied those who have interest access to the process, and that's never a good thing, ever. I don't see how it can be, and no one will ever be able to convince me otherwise. If we wanted a monarchy, we would all have stayed in Great Britain. We wouldn't have come here hundreds of years ago and sought to have the kind of government we have today. That's what lost tonight, and it's very sad and disappointing to me. I hope we can do better in the future. Thanks.
Thank you, Clerk Berry. Just a few comments tonight. I do agree that we need to educate the public, and the public should decide in whatever form or format that looks like moving forward. Cannabis is here. It is not going away. But the people of this community need to have a better voice, and they need to participate at a much higher level than what has been offered. And I believe that we will all be working forward to resolve that problem in the future. Any decision made to adjourn a meeting is based on what the attorney to the left of me says. I'm very comfortable and confident in the advice that he offers, and particularly when it comes to open meetings, adjourning or calling a meeting. A comment was made as I am the day manager of this township, and that is correct, and I get to decide who uses a vehicle and who doesn't, whether you like it or not. There is a budget. We are not a poor community, and the constant conversation of a budget deficit from certain members of the public that believe they do their coffee table math and present an idea that we are broke. We are not. We are far from it. And we will continue to manage our budgets moving forward and create better ones. Again, I'm only 10 months into this position, and I thought we did a pretty good job on our first go-around for the budget. The open house, as stated, is this Saturday. No need to go over that. Comments made about public safety. Mr. Wharton, I do appreciate, as Trustee Joseph indicated, your comments are usually taken well, but you're off base on the fire department and the police department. Since 2015, those departments have never been funded any better. They've never been staffed any better. They've never operated any better, and they will continue to be so. In regards to the Parks and Rec, it's funny now. I've been here. People come to the podium and say, "Oh, we need funding for Parks and Rec because Parks and Rec is just draining the general fund." Where was that argument years ago? Why wasn't that brought up? Here we are left trying to lease a school building to enhance our Parks and Rec program, but yet all of a sudden financial issues keep jumping up and keep getting brought up, which aren't based in fact. And yes, Trustee Joseph, there are several projects in the pipeline that are coming, and they are expensive. The reason they're coming is because they have been ignored. They have been kicked down the road. They have been argued over, and you're right, we can blame whoever. I will not sit down and let them go to the side. We will bring them to the board. I will present the best options to the board as done tonight, and if the board chooses to move forward with them or not, that's where they will live. I'm very comfortable with the phrase consequences. There isn't anybody who knows consequences better than I, sitting in this position as an appointed official, trying to manage a $43 million a year township with over 200 employees and deal with a cannabis issue that I've been involved with deeply for the last 5 years. There are consequences with everyone. With everything, every topic. I am more than willing to take those on and let the cards fall where they may. But I will go back to my original statement. Cannabis is here. It is not going away. With that being said, I'll take a motion to adjourn the meeting.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Meeting's adjourned, 11:05 it looks like.